Don Hung?
Wait,
Oh, wait.
Stop it. They're awake.
No, wait. Wait, I almost... No! No!
You all right?
Oh, I almost got a kiss from that beautiful anime boy.
Remember your name?
I don't want to think about the eons. I don't want to think about things, Herta.
How were they created? Why were they created? What were they created for? Have you ever thought about these questions?
Ma'am, I have never had a thought in my life. My phone's credits for this month are running out. What the hell? You're the defense general, or wait, you're the chief of security for this entire massive, expensive space station, and they give you a phone that has limited minutes? What the hell kind of operation is Herta running here? What a cheapskate.
In the blink of an eye, you knocked that big fella into Mr. Yang's black hole and saved me.
Yeah.
I still haven't thanked you properly yet.
I took my big old bat and knocked it into Mr. Yang's black hole. Yeah, get back to your work, old man. You don't have much time to live. It's like how old people always drive really slow. They always drive really slow. And I'm like, don't you want to get where you're going faster? You don't have a whole lot of time left. Our character doesn't really care about any of that. We're definitely not going to do any tutorials. The only tutorial we care about is a thick goat lady. Bartender says, "What do you have?" Skeleton goes, "Give me a beer and a mop." Do you get it? You get it? Give me a beer and a mop. Because he's a skeleton. Because he's a skeleton.
Who's there?
It's Don Hung. Don Hung is here. Let's go into Don Hung's room. Just me and Don.
Ah, it's you. The door's not locked. Come in.
He wants me to come in, class. He wants to get that kiss that March 7th clam slammed me about. How did you get frozen out there? And how did the caveman get frozen in here? I'm sure glad the sheriff is frozen out there, and I'm in here.
Who knows?
Watch me swoosh right in.
Before that.
God, I don't think any of you get that reference, and I'm just talking like a crazy person.
An inextricable connection between the Stellaron we're dealing with here and Uriel 6 becoming a frozen planet.
I'm sure glad that planet's frozen down there, and the caveman's frozen up here, and I'm the sheriff.
Are you doing okay after your first jump?
Well, it's very kind of you to ask, Dan. You're the first person who's actually asked me how I feel. You're the first person who's actually asked me if I'm okay. I think I'm falling in love with you, Dan Hung.
What? Is there something on my face?
It's more about what's not on your face, Don Hung. My lips.
It's gonna be soft mattresses and cushiony pillows tonight.
Pillowy mounds of mashed potatoes. Why do I make these references? What the hell is wrong with me? Not a single person in this class is going to know what the hell I'm talking about. Oh my god. I have completely lost my mind. I've never heard of the Dark Fist tournament, but I guess I can't fight in it. They don't want me to do any of the Dark Fisting. Don Hung is asking me, where would you throw Pom-Pom's fur? I would throw the entire Pom-Pom into the trash. Cheap room. Was this sort of a pay-by-the-hour deal, or... Let me just make sure I have Dan Hang in my party. Yep, okay, we're good to go. Let's head into the cheap room. Dear guests, please rate how comfortable the bed is in your hotel room. That bed looks pretty comfortable, actually. Two full-grown men could sleep in that bed together. I'm very satisfied. So do I want the larger chest with a more pronounced round figure but less aura? Or do I want this much flatter chest that seems to have more aura? Plain, what the hell? What? Cinder Plank gets in the way. Not on purpose or anything. Do I want to approach? Oh, you're approaching me? If I flirt, I think that's bad. I think I'll just approach the Cinder Plane. You get close to the Cinder Plane, but not too close. Human-san? But Human-san, I exhaust from there. I only ate one of her babies.
Welcome. You've got mail.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Come on in, find your seats. It's so great to have you with me here tonight. Thank you all so much for joining me. My name is Mr. Aejis, and I will be your teacher for the evening. Thank you so much for coming here to my Streamaversary and this new model reveal. Yes, hello. Hello, everyone. How are you? This is me. This is my new human form. I have finally discovered how to retransform into a human being. Just a normal man. Just normal men. But yes, congratulations. You made it to Saturday on a long holiday weekend. How are we all doing? It has been 2 weeks since we've seen each other, since I was learning how to retransform myself. Don't worry, I can still transform into my badger form. But for the time being, we're going to enjoy this human body. I have fingers again. I can grab things like you when you're bad and throw you into detention. It is class on a Saturday, Fireball the Ferret. Thank you so much for coming to our little classroom, our little learning community. I did use the black magic. I do have my magic skull mask. I thought that it didn't work anymore, but it does. Yes, indeed, Quizmaster Kevin. I've buttoned the lowest button. It's more of a formal thing, but that's okay. Oh, actually, why don't I, now that we're here, why don't I just take my jacket off? Yeah, there we go. I'm there. That's a little bit more comfortable. Yeah. Yes, Fireball, we will be having a little lesson. We're going to be learning about how memory works, and we're going to be talking about how to learn better in school. And in your life generally. Skills that you can translate to anything. To your hobbies. To new things you want to learn. Poke-chan, yes, indeed, a new model. We are waiting on my magical transformation into a new upgraded badger model, but for the time being, we have this new human model. And I would love to thank the model maker, MHAGI, Mahagi, that you can find on VGen and linked in my About section. They did a fantastic job, and they got it done far faster than I would have expected. But it's quite nice, quite fancy. I can still wiggle my ears. And I do have to... Can't see it right now, but I do still have my tail. It did not get lost in the transformation. I like it. I just can't help the fact that it wags faster when I'm smiling. I guess that's just how it works. That's just how animals work. Yes, and I would love to have a magical girl transformation type of thing. I think I'm going to commission that. I'm going to save up and commission an animation that transforms me between my two forms. I actually did have, for a time, when I was using an older human model, a redeem that you could all use that threw a Pokeball at me and did the transformation. We'll see about getting that back up and running again once the new Badger model is done. Earhood is still a Spectrum. Badgerhood is also a Spectrum. And hello, Wes. Hello, Cheesecake. Make sure I acknowledge all of you. Hello, Fluorine Borine. Borine. That's not an element. Antive, it is Sunday where you are. Well then, can you give me the lotto numbers? Yeah, I've got my suit on. Right, it's just N2. N2 the Spider-Verse. I will get some redeems set up so that you can decide, you know, what I should wear during the stream. Not like whether I'm wearing clothes at all. This is not that kind of a stream. I did not get the jiggle physics. I am quite formal here. Actually, you know what? You're right. It's probably a little too formal. Let me roll up my sleeves. There we go. Now it looks like I'm ready to get some work done. Let me take this vest off there. Yeah, there we go. I'm much more comfortable now. I agree, Pokey. It is quite well put together. I'm very pleased with how everything turned out. Very happy with the model maker. They were quite responsive. It was a great experience. Billy Joel, Rao, you know what? You're so not wrong. You are always sort of right on my wavelength because I will be singing some Billy Joel tonight. I will be singing 3 songs of karaoke. 2 of them are a surprise, but we're bringing back Billy Joel for the longest time. It is sort of a bartender look, yeah. Maybe I could try being a little bit more casual. Ah, there we go. Wrap a little sweater around my shoulders. That's quite nice. Testing. It's too warm for the sweater though. It's too warm for the sweater. Don't worry, Cyrus. I'm somewhat human. I mean, I've got ears and a tail. And my new Badger model, I don't really know what it'll be done. I haven't gotten an update in a little while, but kimono. Kimono is the word, right. Kino. I'm still Kino. It's a good day to be a professional singer and be able to watch this. Yeah, you'll be able to see if I can actually sing at all, really. There is something still missing though, isn't there? Oh! Well, that's one of the things that was missing. It's Empress and the Heart Redeems. Thank you so much. I think I've got some still on my face. Yeah. But there are 2 things actually still missing from the scene. I mean, they're on the screen, but they're missing from me. I wonder what it could be. What could it be? What could it be? I can even lean in now. I'm in 3 dimensions. But I think you know what's missing. There they are. Ah, they've climbed up on top of me. There we go. Climbed up on my shoulders as they love to do. Moki and Ori, the sweet babies, the beef noodles, the devious little creatures that live in my walls, basically. They bit me. They love to do that. The noodles, yeah, they're with me now. They can go with me everywhere I go. I do indeed have great physics. Ah, head pats. The head pats. Pat the Badger has arrived and is still working. We love to see it. I love to feel it on my head. Badger Man, Badger Man. Fights lions wherever he can. You know, we could actually, if you would really like, we can go see them live in person. Because, oh God. Live via satellite, coming to you live. Let's just see here. Let's see. There we go. Do we want to see them? Do we want to see them? Are they here? Are they around? There they are. There they are. And there I am. Hello. Live and in color. Oh, there they are in the tube. The sweet babies. Well, not so sweet. They are kind of evil, actually, but that's okay too. Sort of a badgerception going on here. Pay a little bit of attention. Just a little bit. A little bit there, Ralph. To the badger behind the curtain. It is a very nice avatar cheesecake. Thank you so much for that. I'm very happy with it. They are very derpy, long cats. Very intelligent. Just as intelligent, I would say, as any cat. But they are also much more clumsy. They can be quite foolish and get themselves into things they should not. Oh, are they stealing a sock? Yeah, they've got a sock in there. Let's check on them. Sometimes you had to reload it. I'm teleporting into the cage. Well, it's not really a cage. It's more of just a pen for them. I've armed myself with a ferret. He's got a noodle. Ooh. I almost showed you my front door. That's not what I wanted you to see. Tuk, 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 tuk. I've got it in my hand right now. Well, her. Ori. She's the little bugger. Armed with a long cat that will bite all intruders. Or was it just being... That's okay. Doodle doodle doo doo. I just have too much stuff going on. Oh, squirming, wriggling. Security cameras don't want to work. Oh, you can see it in my hand there. Yeah, it's sort of like a slideshow right now, which is not what we're looking for. So forget that for now. We'll go back and see them later. All right, a noodle with which to strangle all intruders. So, class, we have to answer a few questions. The first question is, Do we want to do the lesson right now? Or do we want to do, say, one song first, and then the lesson, and then other 2 songs? A weapon to surpass Noodle Gear. What happened to my computer? I raged at Herda in Star Rail. I got quite angry with her for using me in her terrible experiments aboard the space station. And I punched it right in the monitor, which I guess would be its face. It's okay. That's how I escaped into the real world. Yeah, let's do the lesson first. Let's talk about some very important stuff. All right. Actually, I need to grab my water. Because hydration is important. I can't be the teacher teaching how. Oh, there. Thank you so much for the golden stars. You all deserve that. To hydrate yourself. No soda tonight. I did indeed follow my own advice and get water rather than Mountain Dew. Although I do have a giant candy bar next to me that I'm going to eat during the next break. A whatchamacallit. One of my favorite candy bars. I see Jenny from the ice block down there. I haven't seen you in a while, my old friend. Not to be confused with the thingamajig or the whirligig, the sprockets and gears. So let's begin. Let's start anew, fresh, with a new model, with a new mindset, with some new ferrets. I'm going to let them down for a second here. There we go. So yes, it is Saturday, August 30th, 2025. Can you believe it's already this deep into the year? I kind of hate it. Marcus, you like scores. I like score too. I never hear anyone talk about score. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, that's a good one. Caramello is good. Anyway, it's Saturday, August 30th, 2025. We're going to have a little lesson on back to school, memory and learning, but applicable to just about anyone. And then we're going to play some Honkai Star Rail. Oh, Jenny, you like Heath bars? I love Heath as well. Yes, yes. This, as you see right here, was a wonderful piece of art made by our very own Moon Gelato. Thank you so much for this beautiful depiction of me with my golden apple that I got directly from Eris. Some classroom reminders before we get going. Of course, mind the class rules. You can find them in the About section there. By all means, use your redeems and emotes at your leisure. They're there for you to enjoy. It's okay to interrupt me. I'm used to it. I can deal with it. Make as many clips as you like. Some people don't want that, I guess. They don't like lots and lots of clips. I want as many as you can make. But ask questions. Give your feedback. If there's something you don't understand in the lesson, go ahead and ask. That's what we're here for. Yeah, give feedback. Let me know what lessons you would like me to teach, topics you would like to learn about, games that I should play. As for subs and donations, as I've always said, you owe me nothing. We do this because we want to learn together, have fun, and hey, I got that degree in education for a reason. I want to teach. You assign your alignments. That's a perfect lead-in. We're just about to do that stuff, Quizmaster Kevin. If you do want to support the channel, that's amazing. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. You can use your Prime sub for free. You've already given Jeff Bezos your money, so you might as well get something out of it. But never feel any obligation to give anything. Subscriptions are expensive. Ko-Fi is cheap. Of course, make sure that you have selected your favorite stream avatar. We have a ton to choose from. Otherwise, I will choose one for you. There are all kinds of commands you can explore. Most importantly, though, just follow along. Share what we do with others. Have fun. We're a relatively safe for work stream here, although we're all adults. But yeah, you can share this with whoever. If they would like to learn, you can share it with your friends and family. Your old Pap Loresno has subscribed for 1 month. Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you for supporting our little learning community here. Fan-freaking-tastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, you've got the Bezos bucks. You might as well get something out of it. Am I right? Yeah, thank you for joining the honor roll. There we go.
Welcome. You've got mail.
Making sure that alert worked. Anyway, also check out the Knowledge Fellowship. That is the educational streamer collection that I'm a part of. You can see them in my About section, the group that I'm in. A collection of streamers from all different types of educational backgrounds. If you are a streamer and you'd love to do educational topics, you can join. There is an application form. If you just like watching educational streams, there is always someone from that group streaming something that is cool and interesting. I mean, not right now. Don't go watch any other streams right now. Obviously, watch me instead. But whenever I'm not on, you can always find something educational and informative to watch in the Knowledge Fellowship stream team. You can also join the Discord and just talk with other people in education. I also do once a month seminar series where I interview educational live streamers. I've interviewed people in physics, in astronomy, astrobiology with my real life face. You can check out the Knowledge Fellowship's Twitch channel. Next week, I will actually be interviewing an art teacher. I think we're going to be talking about the history of pigments and stuff like that. That should be a lot of fun. So make sure you're checking that out too. Follow the Knowledge Fellowship Twitch channel. Our upcoming schedule, the things that we will be doing. Tuesdays, we'll be playing Honkai Star Rail and Disco Elysium. Fridays, we'll be doing Star Rail and Nier Automata. Next Saturday will be that TKF seminar series, Edu Streamer interview with Artsy Chickadee. And every other Saturday that I'm not doing the seminar series will be a lesson on our channel. I have a very important lesson for next week, but I don't want to get into it yet because it's going to take me a lot of work to get it set up. It's a lesson I've taught before, so I have the material, but I'm going to need to do some updates, mostly just in the presentation. But we will be talking about mental health first aid next week. So tonight's lesson is a lot lighter, learning how to learn better, how to improve your memory. But next weekend, our lesson will be much more serious. We're talking about mental health first aid. In particular, the two topics I will be addressing are, number one, the most common mental health crisis that you might encounter someone having, which will be panic attack, anxiety, how you can help someone who is experiencing that. The other topic will be the most serious. So we'll cover the most common and the most serious. And the most serious, of course, is how to help someone who may be suicidal. We'll be talking about how to help people in crisis next week in our lesson on mental health first aid. For tonight, though, much lighter fare as we talk about memory and learning. How am I doing, CG9? I'm doing pretty well now that we've started. I was scrambling at the last minute to get everything ready. Spent a little bit too much time finishing my McDonald's, which I shouldn't be eating anyway, but those chicken snack wraps are actually pretty good. The class behavior chart is next. As I take a big drink. I was going to update this. I was going to change it and make a whole new one. You know what? I'm kind of attached to this one. Hello, CG. kind of attached to this one. I might still update it, but I think that's up to you all. If you would like to kind of collaborate and make a new version of this, we can do that. For the time being, though, we'll keep this one. And two, you had to scramble to find resources for someone once. Yes, that is honestly the big reason I do this lesson. It's better to practice when you have the chance. You don't want the first time you talk about these topics to be a real instance. There are international hotlines that you can call. I will make sure to have those resources in the lesson. Much like we did when we were talking about grooming prevention. So far today, though, as of our last update, the Anguses, those at the top of the chart, the Angusi, the good noodles, are Xander Turing, over there. Raven Dramatic, that I'm pointing to right now. Nello the Birdhead, the Bird Brain. Ocelot, the Dragon 151. Cyrus the Vulture. Ivy, Just Wes, Pristine Fur. Scratchy the Bobcat, and Xander Turing. If you're not on our list and you would like to be, just let me know. I don't want to put anyone's clip on a chart if they don't want to be. Some people are self-conscious. But if you want to participate in our little behavioral chart, just let me know. I'll make you a clip and put you where you think you are. If you had this in your K through 12 upbringing, you might remember something like this. If not, though, it might be new to you. But in some American schools, I don't know if it was common in other countries, but classes would have a chart like this, often just color-coded, but the teacher would have your name on a clip and move your clip up and down as a punishment. If you were bad, they would move you would move your clip down and you would get reported or something. And if you were good, they would move your clip up, and it was sort of competitive and nervous and everything, and students didn't really like it, but we do it in a different way. This is a self-assessment. You tell me how you think you're doing lately. It's a way for you to reflect, how am I doing lately? Am I doing all right? Can I try a little harder? Or maybe I'm doing great, and you should acknowledge that. So if you're pushing yourself, if you're helping others as well, then you're a lot like Angus from Night in the Woods. Angus is good. We love Angus. And hello, Freemium Dude. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very happy on this 2nd anniversary. Loresna would like to be part of the Gregi, the Greguses, the Gregussies, the Grussies. You predate this behavior tracking method, Rao. Yeah, it is great, Freemium Dude. I love it. Yeah, I think I need to, a little bit of tweaking, I think, but the model artist has been very responsive, helping me get the settings and everything up. But maybe you're feeling like Beatrice Santello from Night in the Woods. She's stressed, she's anxious, she's got so much work to do, but she's getting it done. She's busting her butt to get it all done. She's doing all right. And the people in that tier right now are Maxi Lion, Copper Huntress, Vec is the Best, Jenny from the Ice Block, Aval Dragon, Mortham, Countess Lita, Seals Eat Fish, Average Sonic, Rao, Corbino Bambino, Cheesecake, Mew Blue, Tony, Chico, Fractal Fox, Nova and Pulse, Henry Bear, and Anomalisa Keys. A lot of you in this tier, and I think that's good. It means that you're acknowledging that you're working hard, but you're still leaving room for improvement. Maybe, though, you're feeling like Greg, slacking off. You're trying a little bit, but you could do better. Still, you've got a positive attitude. Like Sal and Dark Flare and Ralsei and Utopia Tree, Aurora and Bandit, Marcus the Red Panda, Kevin Skotatsu, and myself. I've got a lot of room for improvement. Henry, you think you fit with B? I think that's true. Chicken Jockey might be broke. Maybe it's for the best, honestly. But I guess we can check it. Chicken Jockey. Oh, God, the apples are working. The apples are definitely working. Ow. Oh, yippee! Oh! Oh, there we go. Yeah, that washed away the angry look on my face. Or maybe at the very bottom you're feeling like Mae Borowski. The cat criminal herself, the trash mammal, the bad noodle. Lots of room for improvement. Like Snowfox and Bit Shepherd. Ouch. Dr. Phil Erotica. Enma Duray, Shroomy, Punished Bags, and Ayla Mooney. Who's more naughty than bad, I would have to say. But yeah, you just let me know where you would like your clip to be on the chart. This is a real physical chart. It is actually in this room right now with me. I thought about doing just a virtual one, and that would be a little easier to move them up and down, but I feel like it means more when it's handmade. Oh, thank you so much for the head pats. But it's time for our breathing exercise. The nice deep breathing exercise that we like to do before we get going on our lessons to get us centered, get us ready to learn. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do our breathing exercise. All right. If you're new, if you have not done this with us before, what we do is we get ourselves sitting up nice and straight. And we unclench our whatever we've got clenched, and we roll our shoulders back a bit, and we get ourselves nice and relaxed. I actually have a song that's supposed to be playing right now. Let me get that. Anyway, yeah, because we're going to take 3 deep breaths together. That's all I ask. Just 3 deep breaths. There we go. What I want you to do before we get going on this exercise, I want you to take one hand or paw or claw or talon or tentacle or hoof or whatever it is that you have on the end of some limb and put it over your chest, right over your heart. And then I want you to take the other hand, or paw, or claw, or talon, or tentacle, or hoof, or tail, whatever it is that you have at the end of some other appendage, and put that over your abdomen. Because we want to feel our abdomen rise and fall. We want to pull the air down deep, where our lungs have more surface area, and it gives us more time to extract the oxygen. We're going to breathe in through our nose for 4 seconds. Then we're going to hold it gently for 5 seconds. And then we're going to breathe out through our mouth for 6 seconds. This is usually a 5, 7, 8 exercise, but sometimes you need to work your way up to this if you're not used to deep breathing. So we're going to take 4, 5, and 6. We're just going to take a couple of deep breaths together. Why don't we try 4 breaths together, okay? That little pink ball you see going around on the screen, that will help us keep time. When it's in that white section like you see, it's holding. When it's in the light green section, you're breathing out. And in the dark green section, of course, you're breathing in. So the next time it gets to the top, we're going to begin. So get yourself ready. Actually follow along and do this with me. Your teacher has told you to do this. All right, ready? Here we go. Breathe in. And hold it. Exhale, slowly, all the way out. Back around. Breathe in. And hold it. And exhale, nice and slow, all the way out. One more time. Breathe in. Hold it. And exhale. There you go. We'll do 3 deep breaths, actually. I think I forgot to update the GIF. That's okay, 3 deep breaths. You know why we do that every time before every lesson? It's because we breathe very rapid and very shallow in the world today. High stress lifestyles, fast-paced world around us. Our breathing rate is typically between 12 and 20 breaths per minute. What we just did was 3 breaths in 1 minute. 7 times slower than what might still be considered a normal breathing rate. And that rapid, shallow breathing leaves you more physiologically susceptible to stress and anxiety. You are more likely to be stressed out, to be anxious, and thus more likely to deal with things like illness, just because we breathe too shallow and we breathe too fast. You've probably noticed it sometimes when you're busy with something and you suddenly realize, wow, I've been holding my breath or clenching my chest for a while. Or you're only taking very shallow, rapid breaths or just not breathing very well. Just by adding an exercise like this to your day, you can improve your health and mental well-being. So that's why I do this lesson or this exercise before every lesson. It's just that important. It really is. I hope you take this with you. And that song that was playing is from the game Sable. I love that game. I think that you should check it out if you haven't. But anyway, let's do our icebreakers. Let's do our little conversation starters. Today, August 30th, it is International Cosplay Day. International Cosplay Day is today, August 30th. So our opening question for you all is, if you could cosplay as any character, if you could cosplay as any character you wanted, what would you like to cosplay as? If money or, I guess, embarrassment was no factor, what would you like to cosplay as? Quite a few characters that I think would be really cool to cosplay. Cheesecake, you'd like to do Ed from Full Metal Alchemist. Very cool character. Yes, yes. Henry Bear, besides your own Sona, Volibear from League of Legends. JP from Street Fighter 6 for Fireball the Ferret. I actually dressed up as Guile from Street Fighter for one Halloween. I think I pulled that off pretty well. Snorlax. A Starfleet officer. The uniforms are very cool. Which era of uniforms would you like? Can't think of one right now, Yeast. That's okay. Think of one over the course of the lesson. Anteve, you'd be a Cadian 8th Commissar from Warhammer 40k. I read a Warhammer book once. That's my only experience. It was the Ultramarines Omnibus. Or the original series era, Wes. Very classic. I also went as Big Boss once. Fireball the Ferret. You look like Lord Farquaad right now. I mean, he's got a nice chin. There is that. Yeah, I dressed up as a Big Boss once. See if I can get that to show. We just changed the pom-pom. Loresno, you say? Well, you know what we do to pom-poms. You know we don't like the pom-pom. Well, they're not the worst. There. This was my Big Boss Halloween costume one year. I actually encountered someone who was cosplaying as a Outer Heaven soldier, which was pretty cool. But then I ran into this guy who was cosplaying as a different version of the boss, or the big boss. So we were two snakes. We were the twin snakes. We hung out for a little while. So yeah, that was actually a pretty sick Halloween. I was pretty satisfied with that. Anyway, yeah, so International Cosplay Day. The other thing today is International Bat Night. We love our bats, especially that pink one from the Sonic games. What's her name again? That pink bat girl. What's her name again? And today is also the anniversary, the Space Shuttle Discovery's maiden voyage. 1984. NASA took out the Space Shuttle Discovery for the first time. Rouge the Bat. That's right, Rouge the Bat. I wonder what's going on with her. I wonder if she's gotten some mysterious new popularity lately. Riley Morningstar is here with us. Welcome, Riley. But those are our fun facts. Those are our little icebreakers for the evening. Reminder that after this, we'll be playing our 15th episode of Honkai Star Rail. Since we haven't played in a little while, I've got a bunch of tickets saved up so we can actually try to get some good stuff. And TV say bats are protected by law. Good. Good. Hold up that company. Protect the bats. Protect the large pink bats. But it is time. It is time, class. It's time for us to begin our lesson. So let me get my little spiel going here. Oh, thank you so much for the golden stars. Appreciate that. Oh, and the spitballs. Naturally, of course, we have to have those. All right, let's begin our lesson. Yippee! Yay! It's for luck. All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. We have a very special lesson tonight. We're going to be talking about memory. We're going to be talking about learning. Drink a little water to hydrate yourself. Yes, tonight, yes, you may only be excused for a short while because there will be a test. Aiko is here. Welcome, Aiko. Yes, this evening we're going to be talking about memory as we get back into the school period. But this isn't just about school. Memory and how you learn affects everything. Any hobbies you would like to learn, skills you would like to practice. We're going to talk about how we can improve our memory and ways to improve our learning. So let's start this school year off right. But also, work, hobbies, it applies to all of them. Memory is everything. But over a third of students who consider dropping out of school do so because of trouble studying. That is the main reason they give for why they consider quitting. It's because they have trouble studying. That is according to a survey by McGraw-Hill. I guess people just don't enjoy studying as much as the lo-fi hip-hop study girl. But why? What about you? Let's start off with that. What about studying don't you like? What about studying or trying to learn something new do you struggle with? Or what are some of the things that you do that you just think, these aren't working? Or why isn't this working for me? Wes, you say that your focus is the issue, your lack of attention. Don't worry about that, Riley. Just happy to see you again. I think some of the very common ones are going to be shown here. Issues with time management, distraction, lots of distractions, a lot of stimulation available, procrastination, waiting until the last minute, lack of sleep is often cited by people, not having any motivation, not feeling like there's a good reason, and just being frustrated at slow progress, for example. So that's the why. Those are some of the reasons why and how people feel like studying just isn't working. Not effective for them. Yeah, Cheesecake just mentions frustration. Frustrating to do everything the teacher said, but still messing it up. Some small oversight, missing the little details. The first thing that we'll talk about, well, what is memory? What does memory mean? Don't be frightened by the picture of the brain. We're not going to go deep into the neurology. You're not going to need to learn brain areas. That isn't this kind of stream. We don't go deep into the scientific medical details. We keep this a skills-based class to help us learn how to do things better. But it is useful for us to focus on these three parts. The things that give our brain its hard drive. The first is the prefrontal cortex. This is the front part of your brain, the front part of your noggin. This is what has your working memory. This is that initial temporary storage, the way your brain manipulates new information that's needed to do tasks. And it includes your executive functions, how you plan and make your decisions. Then there is the hippocampus, this brown little tube here. It's not really brown in your head. It doesn't actually have this color. Your brain is not rainbow colored. But you get what I mean. It's called the hippocampus because that's a word that means seahorse. I don't really get the resemblance, but I don't really understand why scientists name things the way they name them. But anyways, there's then the amygdala within the hippocampus. Right there at the end of the hippocampus. This is involved in your emotion-based memories. This is what consolidates memories that have emotional significance to you. And the last thing is the neocortex, which is not shown here because it's actually covering the outside of your wrinkly little blob inside your skull. That's responsible for long-term storage and memories. That's sort of like the hard drive. Don't worry about it, Dragon. You haven't really missed anything. We've just started going over the brain areas, like the hippocampus, where memories begin to be formed and processed. Like the amygdala, your emotion center. But there are also stages to memory. Just like when we talked about sleep, you remember? There are stages to sleep. There are also stages of memory. There are several stages to memory that we're going to talk about. The first three stages are encoding, consolidation, and storage. We're going to talk about encoding first. Dream category says Honkai Star Rail. Yes, it does. Not anymore, though. The purple part. The purple part of the brain. Oh, this here, the back of the cerebellum, or the front of the cerebellum. Yeah. Yeah, this big orange thing is the cerebellum. I think this might be the cerebellar cortex. Not easy to see. It might be in there. But yeah, a lot of this part here in the brainstem is the like autonomic areas of the brain. This is actually right here in the cerebellum is where I actually had my brain embolism. That nearly killed me a couple years ago. COVID gave me a blood clots that went to my brain and almost killed me. This is where one of them got lodged. This is where balance is controlled. So I had to take some physical therapy and stuff to deal with my balance problems after that. Yeah, it was pretty scary. Pretty scary stuff, but I'm doing all right now. Things are back to relative normal. But yes, there are stages to memory. And the first stage, encoding. Encoding is the initial process. This is where your sensory input, things you see, the things you hear, begin to be formatted in a way that the brain can understand, turning, those zeros and ones into something that can be stored. So for example, you meet someone new at a party and you learn their name. She says her name is Herta. And you're like, that's a stupid name for a stupid person. Your brain encodes that auditory information into neural code. Miss Cerebellum, the mayor's assistant from Powerpuff Girls? God, I wish. But then the memories begin to be consolidated. So that's the process of stabilizing, organizing that encoded information. Now that it's in a format that the brain can use, it starts to be stored in long-term memory. For example, after that party where you met Herta, your brain consolidates the memory of meeting Herta. So that involves strengthening the neural connections, the things that connect Herta's name to the other details. For example, as you see here, like the sound of her voice, the clothes she was wearing, maybe the context of the meeting. Maybe you argued. And then there is storage. This is where the memories get retained. So the memory of meeting Herta gets stored in the neocortex, along with the connections to those other details. The things that happened at the party, how you felt about the meeting of this psychopath. The next three stages then involve the actual use of that memory. So the first being retrieval. So days later, you try to remember the name of that person you met at the party. If it's successful, your brain retrieves that information, it accesses the stored information, and you remember that person's name is Herta. You think, God, I really didn't like her. Herta, right. She really hurted my feelings. Then there is reconsolidation. So the process where those memories begin to get flexible and they can get restabilized, potentially being modified. So this is how memories sometimes can change for people. The way you felt about that meeting might change. Memories are not always reliable. So if you later learn more about this person, you learn about her interests, her job, this new information will be integrated and reconsolidated with that original memory. It's much more detailed and rich. So maybe you find out that she's an even worse person than you thought. So those original memories become even worse of her. And lastly, there is amplification. Amplification through rehearsal. We do this all the time. I know that I certainly do, rehearsing conversations that I'll have in the future, rehearsing memories that of conversations I've had in the past. Consciously or unconsciously repeating information to enhance its retention. So if you intentionally repeat Herta's name to yourself after the party so that you can recall all of the details of the conversation, you want to remember all the terrible things she said so that you can throw them in her face later. That would help strengthen the memory. Very happy to see you again, Cheesecake. Dragon, you have a lesion on your cerebellum. You get an MRI every few years just to check on it. Very smart. Yeah, want to make sure that we keep on top of those things. The next topic we want to cover is the types of memory. So there are parts of the brain involved in memory. There are stages to memory. There are different types of memory. There are two main types of memory. The first that we'll talk about is declarative memory. These are the basic facts and events, things you remember. So there's semantic and episodic. That first one, semantic, that's things like general knowledge. So the capital of a country. So somebody tell me what the capital of Turkey is. Without looking it up, I know you're at your computers or phones, you could look it up, but don't. What's the capital of Turkey? And no, it is not tryptophan, not KFC. Gravy, Aiko says. It's also not gravy. Sandwich, Rao says. It's also not sandwich. Istanbul, Dragon says. Well, it's not Constantinople, that's for sure. It's Ankara. Ankara is the capital of Turkey. But yeah, that would be declarative memory. Semantic memory, facts and figures and such. Stuffing, Henry Pear says. All very good answers. Not quite correct, though. Episodic memory are details about personal events, their context, things that happened to you rather than just facts and figures. This declarative memory is in contrast to the other main type of memory, which is implicit or unconscious memory. Two big parts of this are priming and procedural. So priming are past experiences, associations, links between different types of links between different memories that you have. So if you see a book and you associate that with library, you were primed by connections between those two things. And two, you said that one symptom of fibromyalgia you read about was memory issues. That does make sense. Honestly, anything that would affect brain areas could impact memory. Even though the cause is generally unknown, what causes fibromyalgia? But yes, it can cause cognitive issues, trouble concentrating. And obviously it impacts your sleep. And as we know, as we've talked about, and as we will talk about in this lesson later, sleep has a huge impact on your memory and learning. Then there's procedural memory. That's things like your muscle memory. Like this little raccoon riding a bicycle. It's like riding a bike. That's your procedural type of memory. You know, if you're just going through the motions at work, I used to work making eyeglasses, and it was very boring work. It was very, you just do the same task over and over again. So that ended up being muscle memory. I could do it in my sleep, basically. In fact, sometimes I still dream about it. It's the Tetris effect sort of deal. But there are two things we're going to talk about in terms of why we forget things. Why we lose memory. Why we don't remember things that were at one time stored in our brains. We don't actually know a whole lot about this. I don't mean me, I mean like we, the royal we, humans, science. We don't have a good understanding of why these kind of memory issues happen. But this research by Ebbinghaus comes from a long time ago. 1885, this guy was around. And he wrote about the curve of forgetting. That when you first learn something, it begins to decay pretty quickly as it falls off. And each time you relearn that fact, or you study it, you practice it, it sort of resets the curve and shifts it upward to make it stick more and more. Until you forget one letter of your password every so often. I feel that. I work in a pretty secure type of job, so you have to redo a password every 30 days. Often I will find myself entering in the old password. But this particular research that goes all the way back to 1913, and it still seems to hold true. But we don't really understand whether it's decay or interference. Those are two big ideas within memory and learning. Do our memories simply fade if they're not used? Are they actively pruned by the brain to, make more space? Do cues just get broken? Kind of like how if you look at an old web page and it has links in it, and you click the link and it doesn't work. Things like that happen in the brain. We think that might be why we have the sensation of something being on the tip of our tongue. The cue is missing that would normally associate between that memory you're having and your ability to describe it. So 90% of cracked. Yeah, Rao, exactly. Or like in Reddit, where somebody actually had the problem you were trying to solve, and they're like, oh, I found the answer here at this link, and then you click the link and it's dead. Thanks for nothing. But sometimes there are conflicting memories, memories that are close to the one you're trying to recall. And so there's interference between those two memories. But you should know that forgetting is natural. Forgetting happens. We may not understand why exactly, but it happens. It's okay. You don't need to get frustrated if you forget something. Understanding this and accepting that can help you stem some frustration from forgetting things, from having trouble studying. It's okay to forget, and everyone does. So how can we stem that curve that Ebbinghaus was talking about? The inability to retrieve our previously stored information. So, for example, if we don't reinforce the memory of meeting Herta, then we might start forgetting certain details. The exact sound of her voice, what she was wearing, what you talked about. And as you miss more and more details, the links become less and less strong, weaker and weaker. However it happens, how can we stem that curve? Whether it's for studying and school, or for learning new skills. What we're going to go over in the rest of the lesson are things like better study and practice habits, mental mobility. We are going to talk about the physical factors involved in memory, like sleep. Maintaining our positive perspective, trying to increase our motivation, our inspiration, and trying to maintain better active attention. What about you? Again, what about you? What do you think in each of these categories would be the most useful for you? What do you think you could improve the most on? If you could, right now, automatically increase one of these factors, what would it be? Definitely active attention, Wes. I think that one's going to be pretty popular, yeah. Active attention, Aiko, yep. Makes perfect sense. Get distracted easily. I feel it. Physical factors. I think that's the other one I was expecting to hear. Yeah, Rao. The physical aspects of memory and learning. Your physical health plays a huge role in that. Well, when we first start talking about study habits and practices, we got to go over the usual suspects. And what are the usual suspects when it comes to studying and learning? These factors, these practices, these habits that people typically use when trying to learn new things. Passively rereading, or just passively listening to a lecture. Highlighting things in their textbook or notebook. Multitasking, trying to do multiple tasks within their study at once. And cramming, doing a whole lot of study in a short period of time. These are definitely the usual suspects that people get into when they're trying to learn something, when they're in school. So again, be honest with me, class. Which of these do you think you have been guilty of in the past? When you've been studying, when you were in school, which of these was you? Rereading Fireball? Multitasking all day, every day, Rao says. Not enough time in the day. Setsuna Alpha cramming the literal hour before the exam. Cramming, yeah. I figured that was going to be a big one too. Just like I was racing at the beginning of this stream to get everything set up. Cramming and rereading, yeah, it just doesn't stick. Henry, I completely agree. Well, we're going to talk about next turning the tables on all of these. Turning each of these things on their head to make them actually work for us. But before we do that, we are going to take our first movement break. Because physical factors. Did you know that sitting for multiple hours at a time increases your all-cause mortality? I don't want you to die. I need the viewers. But most importantly for your health and wellness, every hour we take a 3-minute, 180-second little movement break for you to get up, move around, get a drink of water, grab a snack, use the restroom, wash your hands. And you should absolutely wash your hands because 1 in 3 people don't wash their hands after they use the restroom. And that's disgusting, class. Don't be a dirty. Wash your damn heckin' paws. So let's take our first movement break. We will be back after 180 seconds. And we'll get into how we can fix all of those usual suspects.
Records show that vegetation has grown to an abnormal size since the departure of humans.
Wonder if there are any huge boars and such, too.
That's a weird-ass animal to reference randomly. B9, S9, 9S. That's the animal that just comes to mind when you think of animals becoming very large? Buddy, what? I mean, maybe a large bear? Oh, do bears become super huge? Did bears get really big, or?
Hypothesis.
A boar was a mount in the original Nier. Why, though? I mean, if I wanted to mount a pig, I'd call up your mom. Oh.
Done it before. Don Hung, you do it.
Don Hung? Oh, wait.
Stop it. They're awake.
No, wait. Wait, I almost... No!
You all right?
Oh, I almost got a kiss from that beautiful anime boy.
Remember your name?
I don't want to think about the eons. I don't want to think about things, Herta.
How were they created? Why were they created? What were they created for? Have you ever thought about these questions?
Ma'am, I have never had a thought in my life. My phone's credits for this month are running out. What the hell? You're the defense general, or wait, you're the chief of security for this entire massive, expensive space station, and they give you a phone that has limited minutes? What the hell kind of operation is Herta running here? What a cheapskate.
In the blink of an eye, you knocked that big fella into Mr. Yang's black hole and saved me.
Yeah.
I still haven't thanked you properly yet.
I took my big old bat and knocked it into Mr. Yang's black hole. Yeah, get back to your work, old man. You don't have much time to live. It's like how old people always drive really slow. They always drive really slow, and I'm like, don't you want to get where you're going faster? You don't have a whole lot of time left. Our character doesn't really care about any of that. We're definitely not going to do any tutorials. The only tutorial we care about is a thick goat lady. Bartender says, "What do you have?" Skeleton goes, "Give me a beer and a mop." Do you get it? You get it? Give me a beer and a mop. Because he's a skeleton. Because he's a skeleton.
Who's there?
It's Dong Hung. Don Hung is here. Let's go into Don Hung's room. Just me and Don.
It's you. The door's not locked. Come in.
He wants me to come in, class. He wants to get that kiss that March 7th clam slammed me about. How did you get frozen out there? And how did the caveman get frozen in here? I'm sure glad the sheriff is frozen out there, and I'm in here.
Who knows?
Watch me swoop. Whoa! Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for taking that little movement break with me. Getting your movement in. So the ferrets were being a little bit naughty, so I think we'll just check in with them here real quick. We'll check in with the furry little noodles. One of them did manage to escape from their pen. I don't know how. I wasn't looking. They always manage to do it when I'm not looking. It's like they know. It's like they're watching me to make sure that I'm not watching. Oh, it was working perfectly before. Let's see if this helps. No, you did not escape, Fireball. You're still trapped in this classroom with me. Otherwise, you'll get detention. There we go. You see 2 Mr. Aegises? Yeah, you're seeing double. But that's the way it is. I guess you shouldn't be drinking. Those Deep Rock Galactic beers are pretty strong. They are very strong. Anyway, let's get back to our lesson. We were talking about passive rereading, highlighting, multitasking, cramming as the usual suspects of things people do. So what can we do to turn those on our head? On their head, not our head. Why don't these work? Well, the first thing we're going to do to turn the table, to use the old reverse card, we're going to turn that passive reading and rereading into a more active engagement. How we're going to do that, this technique, this first technique, is we are going to turn ourselves into the teacher. We are going to be the teacher. As you read something, don't be a passive observer of that information. This is why people read something, they read a passage and then they reread it, and they reread it again and they're like, why isn't this sticking? Why do I keep having to go back and read the same passage over and over again? This especially happens to people when they're reading like a fiction book and they're like, wait, what happened in that chapter, in that section? Instead of just reading it, we're going to stop after each segment and we're going to summarize it. We're going to summarize that section and then we're going to teach it. After you read one section of whatever it is that you're trying to study, you're going to stop. You don't keep reading, you stop. And you take that section that you just read and you summarize it in your own words. And then you teach it. How many of you have done coding, have done programming before? And have you heard of the concept of rubber duck debugging, rubber ducking, or whatever? This is a practice where someone who is trying to find a bug in the code, they are rereading the code, they're looking it through it, and you hold a rubber duck. I mean, you don't have to actually hold it. You don't actually have to have a rubber duck, but there's this guy at work who has he's like in the coding area or whatever. He has a whole bunch of rubber ducks with different like costumes on his desk. But basically you explain each line or segment to the rubber duck as if you were teaching it. Because you having to explain it as if you're talking to someone who doesn't understand it makes you understand it better. It helps you find the problem. You're no longer a passive recipient of information. You are actively working with the information. Fireball's rubber duck is a plush turtle, for example. I don't have anything at work I could use that with. What can I do? I have a African wild dog plush I could use. But yeah, thinking about the brain areas we've talked about and thinking about how memory works, those stages, it makes sense why this would work so much better. You're actually working with the information. You're manipulating it in your mind. You're rearranging it to explain it to someone else. So some studies have shown that this actively engages you in reflective knowledge construction, as they called it. You are actually constructing, you're building with the things you've learned. So teach me something you've learned so far. We're still early in the lesson, but we've talked about some stuff already, so teach me something. Or rubber duck it. Explain something that we've talked about so far as if you were talking to someone who wasn't here for the lesson. Can you summarize or reframe the things that we've talked about so far in a way that could be explained to someone who wasn't here? Or someone who just walked in and needed to catch up? It could be anything that we've talked about so far. Wow. That's actually a very good one. The capital of Turkey isn't Istanbul. That's correct. You know how you could remember that? Ankara and Turkey both have a K in them. Ankara, Turkey, they both have a K right in the middle. And Turkey is in the middle of that part of the world. You just walked in. Ralse, yeah, so explain it to Ralse. Explain it to this innocent little goat boy. Something that we've talked about so far. Hello there, Ultra Ocelot. Yeah, explain something to Ultra Ocelot and Ralse that we haven't, or that they haven't heard because they just got here. So, for example, one of the brain areas. What could you tell them about one of the brain areas involved in memory class? Aiko has one. Hello, Rubber Duck. Did you know that you can talk to rubber ducks to help you learn something? Exactly. Yeah, one of the brain areas, N2, looks like a horse or a seahorse, but it's not. So they named seahorses after horses, even though they don't look like horses. And then they named the hippocampus after seahorses, even though the hippocampus does not look like a seahorse. The hippocampus. Hippo meaning horse. Or one of those two does. Water horse, that's what hippo means. Well, the seahorse, oh, it's about the horse snout. Why are scientists like this? Ah, yeah, you're right, N2. Erect horses. Anyway, yeah, so that's our first tactic. We're going to go from being passive to role-playing. Yeah, so that's our first technique. We're going to role-play. The second technique that we're going to use to turn the tables of those common mistakes in studying. Well, the reason that highlighting tends to not work so well is that people highlight everything. Or they highlight huge sections thinking, well, I need to remember all this, I'll just highlight the whole paragraph. Or they'll circle the whole paragraph. Well, if you highlight a whole passage, you're not really helping yourself. So that second technique is to just highlight one word or sentence. Just one specific thing. And the first reason why this helps is that it forces you to think about, well, what word is most important? What sentence is most important? Then you have to actively, in your mind, think about each of those sentences, each of those words. Which of these is most important? Well, this one's kind of important. This one's kind of important too, but this one's the most important. Now you have rethought about each of those sentences, and you've ordered them in a hierarchy of importance. It makes you intentional. You have to intentionally choose that word, that sentence, that one formula. And a critical part of it is then to make a note about that one sentence or passage that you highlighted, because that will help the connection It will help the link, those associations, the triggers. Highlighting things in different colors, that can be very useful if you are doing it the same way for both things. If you're being very intentional. Being judicious with things you select. And we'll go over something later. That's a very good point, actually. I'm going to integrate that into a section we'll cover later. And then, too, you like to explain new things that you learn to others and to yourself. Yeah, that's that. You're rehearsing it. You're teaching it. It sticks stronger for you. We're learning together. Me giving this lesson right now, all of the stuff we're talking about is going to be enhanced in my mind because I'm doing it again. Helps you to make the associations. That'll help keep things from becoming stuck on the tip of your tongue. So the second thing we're going to do is associate. We're going to make associations. So our first technique was to role play. Our second technique is to ass. Yes, yes. We're going to turn the tables on the next mistake by turning our multitasking into single tasking. Now, we've talked about the concept of single tasking before in our lesson on overstimulation. So some of this might not be new to you, but if you are new to the class, I like to use the word single tasking to describe setting aside every other task and just focusing on the one thing. Now, your brain might feel like you need a lot of stimulation, and this happens to a lot of people because of how overstimulated we are in the world today and our brain craving all of that external stimulation. But you can help make it feel like you're still doing more things by creating a learning zone. Creating, whether it's a physical or virtual space, that is dedicated to what you're practicing, what you're doing. So it feels like a place that you're in. It feels like doing more than just reading a book. I'm in my space for learning. So we need to practice limiting the stimulation. Trust me, you will adapt. Your body, your brain will adapt. And it will get the stimulation it needs from the things you're doing. From that single task that you're focusing on. From getting into the zone. And my body is still not used to having hands. I think I have to move the mic arm. My microphone arm out of the way. So the first thing we were doing is role playing. The second thing we were doing is ass. And the third thing we're going to do is to stop stimulating. We're going to stop stimulating ourselves so much. Yes, yes. The fourth thing we're going to do to turn the tables on a common mistake in practicing our studying and learning is we're going to go from cramming to quartering. We are not going to cram everything inside of our head space into our head hole all at once. Oh. Everything is missing me. How did that happen? Whoa, that's not me. That's not where I am. That's not me either. Oh, it's because Vtuber Studio decided that it didn't want to work anymore. Pay no attention to this man behind the curtain? Anyway, yeah, the fourth thing we're going to do, we're going to take that cramming and we're going to turn it into ordering. We're going to divide and conquer. We're going to do more often and begin earlier. We're going to stop stimulating ourselves so much. We're just going to do it in smaller chunks more often. We're going to cut that. Well, I thought this was going to be a pizza, but it's a watermelon. Unless it's like a pizza with green crust and a lot of red sauce and black olives, I guess. Over there, I mean, I guess. What I'm saying, though, is that 3 one-hour sessions of studying or practicing anything is better than 1 5-hour session. It's better than 1 6-hour session. You're better off studying less total amount of time and spacing it out. You can actually learn more in less time if you don't cram. You're just better off that way. 3 is better than 1. I dyed the crust green and I didn't have any cheese. Maybe the cheese is just covered in so much sauce. Is that Detroit style where the cheese is under the sauce? I forget. I don't know. I like deep dish. I like deep dish pizza. Sorry, I know some people think it's pie and not pizza, and that's why deep dish is not as good or real or whatever. Oh, there they are. Now they're working. Now they're... Oh, I guess they all caught up. Oh. That's the real reason Detroit has fallen? I mean, I guess. Maybe that is the problem, Rao. Oh, it's green pepper? Then you can all eat it. I don't like green peppers on my pizza. I like olives, though. I do like black and green olives on my pizza. Anyway. Consolidation. Breaking it up helps you consolidate it. Remember, we talked about the different stages where you learn something about a person and then you think about it again the next day. Hey, what was her name again? Oh, her. Yeah, Herta. Yeah, because she hurted my feelings. And then again, you remember it the next day. And again the next day. That's actually better than spending a bunch of time right away there saying, her name is Herta, her name is Herta, her name is Herta. I would rather have you have shorter sessions that were not as long, just doing it more often. Do it more often, but don't do it as long. Yeah. Because it's not how long you do it. It's not about how long you do it. It's about the quality of the time that you're doing it. It's about how good you're doing it. You know? I would rather have you do it better than do it long. Anyway, our next technique that we're going to return... Oh, wait, yeah. So first was role-playing. Then was ass. Then we stopped stimulating. And then we finished faster. The next technique that we're going to talk about is being a simp. We're going to be a simp. And I don't mean sniper monkey. We're going to be a simp. And Rao, it's kind of like you're in my head. Or at least in my presentation designer. Because you were talking about mnemonic devices. We're going to be a simp because it's our acronym. We're going to be a simp. The first letter of that term, A, for acronym. Yes, I'm a human apple dragon. Well, a human with ears and a tail. So a kimono, or I think that's how it's pronounced. So the first part of the Be a Simp technique is acronyms. A. Mnemonics. Mnemonic devices help encode memory, helps us recall because we're reconstructing things. Again, it's working with the memory, working with the knowledge, not just passively receiving it. We're doing something with it in our head. There's quite a lot of research about these things, but an acronym, just as the basic definition, an acronym is something that you say. So NASA is an acronym. ASAP is an acronym. A simp is an acronym. I want to differentiate that, even though it doesn't really matter. Most people just say acronym for anything. But if you don't say it, if it's you like repeating the letters, like CBS, that's not an acronym, technically. It's an initialism. It's an acronym if you turn it into a word that you say. To my understanding of English. But yeah, acronyms can be very helpful. For example, back when we had our lesson on cannabis, and in other lessons we've talked about regarding habits, I've used an acronym. An acronym called PLAP. P-L-A-P. To help us remember that some of the things we can use to disassociate ourselves with bad habits is to consider the people, locations, our access, and different plans we make that tend to trigger the use of that bad habit or engaging in that bad habit. So if you are trying to cut down on your drinking, you think about, well, who are the people I usually end up drinking with? Who is it that whenever I'm hanging out with them, I end up drinking? Or whenever I go to this particular place, I end up drinking? What is it and where is it that I go that I always have access to alcohol? And what activities and plans do I engage in that tend to lead to me drinking? So yeah, PLAP. That's an acronym we've used that tends to stick in people's minds. And yes, Dragon, ASAP is both an acronym and an initialism. Very good. I need to turn around here and look at the ferrets. They're doing something bad. Wow, they have pushed their pen almost completely into my chair. Anyway, the second part of Be a Simp that we're going to talk about, the S, is for shortcuts. Taking shortcuts, finding ways to cut to the queue. So taking the first word or a keyword within a thing that you're trying to remember and finding some way to associate that with the rest of the content. Mole. Heavy Mole has emerged from their mole hole. Welcome. Finding ways to associate a keyword or the first word in a sentence with the rest of the content. People use this technique often with trying to memorize a speech. When I've given long presentations and you have to stand up there without a lot of notes, you try to remember keywords within your next paragraph or your next statement that would help you to remember the rest of that passage. This helps give you an overview. It helps you to look down from a higher place onto the rest of the content. The third, oh, actually, shoot. It's supposed to be I. We'll do the M first. The acronym that we're using isn't SMIP, it's SIMP. But yeah, we're talking about mnemonics. Now, all of these things we're talking about are a type of mnemonic, but mnemonics specifically, the way people think of them, these are sentences, statements, something that helps you remember the whole passage. So one mnemonic is wash a delicious juicy mango. Wash a delicious juicy mango. That some people use to remember the first 4 presidents. Wash a delicious, why can't I say that word? Wash a delicious juicy mango. Washington. Adams, A-D, a delicious. Juicy, Jefferson. And mango, M-A, Madison. Exactly, Heavy Mole. Every good boy deserves fudge. How many of you remember that one? How many of you know that one? So wash your delicious mango to remember the first 4 presidents. But then you can remember the next 4 presidents with another mnemonic. Mirrors add jealous vanity. Mirrors add jealous vanity. To remember Monroe, there's an R and O in mirror, Monroe. You got another AD, the other Adams. Add Jackson, J-O. Jealous. Vanity, Van Buren. So wash a delicious juicy mango because mirrors add jealous vanity. And you've got the first 8 presidents. I think I saw a survey that said most people cannot name any of the first 8 presidents in a row correctly besides Washington. They get Washington and that's it. They know that Jefferson is in there somewhere, but a lot of people say that they think Jefferson is the second president. Almost none of them, I think, remember that Martin Van Buren was the 8th president. Oh, and where is William Henry Harrison? The 9th, right after this. He was also the first president to die in office. Meaning that he was the first good president. Oh, anyway. The I in Be a Simp stands for imagine. I like this one. So, a simp acronym shortcut, imagine. This is storytelling. This is using narrative to remember things. Now, some of the things that I've read in evolutionary psychology and certain, what am I trying to say? Beliefs about memory, because we don't understand it perfectly yet, is that a lot of our memories rely on narrative storytelling. The stories we tell ourselves help us remember or forget. Have you ever met someone who is a liar? I mean, I know you have. But it seemed like they really believed their own bullshit. Like they lied a lot, but it seemed like they actually believed that the lie is true. My perception on that is that the story they tell themselves in their head, the narrative of their life, they do actually think that it's true. So like those old family stories where you have that family member that genuinely believes that they were, not the bad person in some situation in the family. They probably do believe that. Because the narrative they've woven of their involvement in that situation over the course of their lives, they actually have come to believe it. But this can be used positively, because you can make narratives in your head that help you remember accurately. You make up a story that involves the various parts. So I've got a little story here. Let's say you're trying to remember the steps of a new task at work. You're working in some mechanical job, and you're trying to remember that for this particular piece of engineering, this particular device that you're working on, you need to tighten 2 nuts almost all the way, and then you need to put some of that white sealant cord around it, and then you screw it down all the way. So I tell a story to remember this, saying Mrs. Wrench steals 2 nuts and she goes to the alley, but before she takes the nuts all the way to the end, she ties them up with some white rope. Now, I don't know why this wrench has bedroom eyes. I don't understand why the artist did this with these 2 nuts next to her. I'm not really certain why this looks this way, but don't question it. She steals these 2 nuts. She takes them right to the alley. She ties them up with the white rope, and then she takes them all the way. And that's my story, to help me remember. To tighten those 2 nuts almost all the way first, then put the white sealant on, and then screw them all the way down. A dumb little example, but helps you to kind of remember. Oh yes, imagine, tell stories. And the last, the P in Be a Simp, is pseudo-acronyms. Don't look this up, but do you know what a pseudo-acronym is? Or what they can help you to do? Where did I find that wrench? It was on Canva. So someone on Canva took the time to draw that sultry wrench next to 2 nuts. I didn't do that. It wasn't me. I just used the asset that was available to me. Like an acronym, but not quite. I'll give you that one, Rao, because that's technically true. Technically correct, the best type of correct. But a pseudo-acronym is something like SFX. Because special effects isn't initialized by the letters S, F, and X. XP isn't an acronym or initialism of experience points or experience. And did you know, you're going to learn something new here, SOS does not stand for Save Our Ship. It doesn't stand for Save Our Souls. You know what SOS stands for? Do you know what SOS stands for? Rao says sink or swim. Henry Bear and the Dragon might have it correct. It doesn't stand for anything. SOS doesn't stand for anything. It's just that SOS gives the Morse code of 3 long or 3 short Morse code taps. It's just sort of like an alarm. You know, like when the tornado alarm goes off and it goes up and down and up and down. SOS doesn't stand for anything. It's not an acronym at all. But it helps you remember. Everyone remembers SOS. Beep, 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 beep. So you can get creative with your acronyms. It doesn't have to be the exact letters or, the exact mnemonic. K9. The letter K and the number 9 is not actually an acronym or initialism. Barbecue. BBQ. We gaslighted ourselves into believing it meant something. We did. Society collectively gaslit itself into thinking that SOS actually meant something. It doesn't mean anything at all. It's just the Morse code being a convenient short alarm like a short alarm blast. And because SOS, if someone was just tapping out SOS, it wouldn't mean anything else. Yeah, you can get creative with your pseudo acronyms. And if you do get creative with these shortcuts, that would help you remember it too, because you're also, again, constructing and reconstructing. You're thinking about what it is that you're learning as you try to think of a way to turn it into an acronym or a mnemonic or a story or a shortcut. Your brain is having to work with that information, break it down, reconstruct it, think about it creatively. That's going to help it stick in your head a whole lot better. But now it's time to get into a few harder truths as we get into the second half of this lesson. Some of the tougher things that we need to talk about when it comes to learning and memory. And honestly, that's the physical factors. We can use all kinds of techniques and tricks and tips and shortcuts, but there are some things that are going to be hard no matter what. Are we talking about breaking habits? We were for a little bit, Heavy Mole, yeah. We're talking about breaking bad habits, we're talking about breaking bad, and we're talking about creating good habits. And I was referring to one of our previous lessons. But yeah, one of these harder truths is that the physical factors are going to play an enormous role. Bigger than we want to believe. Bigger than we would like. And the first one we're going to talk about is maybe the biggest. Sleep. Most of us don't do enough of it. Most of us don't get a good enough quality of it. And so it's one of the harder things for us to do. But better sleep would make you better at remembering things. It would make it easier for you to perform, for you to remember, for you to learn a skill. We talked about breaking things down, right? Doing things in shorter amounts over a longer period of time. Because consolidation happens when you sleep. We've had a whole lesson on sleep in the past. And you can go check that out in our VODs list, our previous lessons there on YouTube. And we will give that lesson again. That's one that I think is so important. We'll do it maybe twice a year rather than just once a year. But sleep has enormous impact on our cognition. I'm not going to get too deep into this because we have given this lesson before and we can go reference it. But quite a few studies have been done on sleep and memory and learning, as you can imagine. One of them, I love this quote, says, "A substantial body of evidence indicates that both slow-wave sleep and REM sleep contribute to the consolidation of complex, emotionally salient, declarative memories." It sounds like a bunch of buzzwords and jargon, but what it means is that both stages of sleep, well, there's 4, but there's REM sleep and non-REM sleep, both of them improve your ability to remember things. Especially the complex things, especially things that you've put some emotional attachment to. Which means that if you're able to do things like make a story, maybe a funny story that makes you laugh, that's a positive emotion. Memories that are tied to emotion can be very strong, easier to remember. But this one is also good. Some portion of sleep's apparent memory benefit may be initiated during the first few minutes of eyes closed rest before participants even fall asleep. Even just a brief period of rest can help your brain consolidate memories. Even just taking a break, closing your eyes and resting for a little bit could help your memory. Emotionally salient declarative memories. Yeah, that's a real story in itself, Heavy Mole. Emo scalies declare memes. Emotionally scalient declaring memories. Or memories, I guess, if you're like boobs. Anyway, yes, even just brief periods of rest can help you. But a good, long night of sleep, that's what's going to really help you remember. The next physical factor, and one that, again, is kind of tough, that can be hard, is nutrition. Nutrition is a huge factor, as you might imagine, but not one that people want to think about. But the things you eat, well, you're not what you eat, but you're not what you eat, but your brain is. Nutrition is not just food. It's serious science when it comes to whether or not you're going to remember things, whether your brain is going to work right. Safety Kuma has just brought their class on a field trip to mine. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for bringing your class on a field trip to mine. I'm so happy to see you all. My name is Mr. Aegis. I am a teacher in the real world. In fact, I am giving a lesson right now on memory and learning. It's great to have you here. I'm also debuting this new model that can actually grab things like bad students and send them to detention. Yes, I am a teacher in the real world. I stream indie games, classic games, first-time playthroughs, and we have a new student already, Alias Grim. Thank you so much for enrolling in our little classroom community. But I also give health and wellness lessons on the weekends, like we're doing right now, on things like sleep health, breathing practices, cannabis, vaping, drink a little water to hydrate yourself. I talk about staying sane on social media, how to deal with distress. Next week's lesson will be on mental health first aid, how to help someone who is experiencing a mental health crisis. Thank you so much, Zetsun Alpha, for the referral. Fantastic. We love to grow with our friends. But yeah, after this, we'll be playing some Honkai Star Rail because I had never played any gacha game before, and the class said, you've got to try this. And I think I'm actually getting addicted to it. It's true. My ferrets are also scratching and scrambling around behind me. So we'll go visit with them later too. We'll go visit with our class pets, Moki and Ori, my ferrets. HSR is pretty good. I actually do kind of like it. In fact, why don't I just put up my little ferret cam right now. Where is the ferret cam? Where's our ferret camera? It has been very entertaining. I completely agree. There we go. So yeah, you can see one of them pushing at the wall up there. But yeah, we were just talking about how nutrition impacts memory and learning. We just talked about how sleep impacts it. We talked about how to use acronyms and mnemonics to help you remember things. The stages of memory, consolidation. But in talking about nutrition, the very important nutrients to talk about when it comes to helping you learn better, to increase your ability to practice skills, to learn basically any new thing, whether it's at work or school. The first ones we want to talk about are vitamins B6 and B12. These are really important for the synthesis of new neurotransmitters, the actual physical connections in your brain. The foods that are really rich in these are things like seafood, potatoes and bananas, starchy vegetables. They have a lot of these B vitamins that can improve your brain health. So you can think of bananas come in big bunches. Bunches, 6 and 12. Big bunches, big numbers. How are you going to remember all this stuff, Heavy Mole? With these techniques, of course. You can go back to our slide about being a simp. Did you not remember our simp slide? Do you not remember being a simp? And yes, the VODs will also be up. They are always put up in an edited format, so all of the important stuff is in there. So remember to use acronyms, take shortcuts, use your mnemonics like wash a delicious juicy mango, and make up stories like Mrs. Wrench stealing the 2 nuts. Anyway, yeah, get good sleep. Yeah, and then nutrition. Yes. The second nutrient we want to talk about, or set of nutrients, is vitamins A, B1, and magnesium. Low levels of these nutrients can impair the hippocampus-dependent memory. So again, we don't get too deep into the science of it all or the brain areas, but we did mention that the hippocampus is very important in our emotion-related memories. It's very important in processing emotions. And if you are deficient in these nutrients, it can impair those memories and reduce your ability to remember things that have emotional attachment to them. Things that are rich in these 3 nutrients are nuts. Lots of nuts are particularly rich in magnesium. Again, vegetables like carrots and leafy greens like spinach. Yes, Henry Bear, the hippocampus is the powerhouse of the emotional memory lane. And the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Lack of magnesium can also cause inflammation in the brain tissue. Something that actually helps your hippocampus-dependent memory, those emotion-related memories, are lactobacillus. So those good bacteria in like cultured dairy foods. Dairy foods that like to go to the opera. A lot of people love to take omega-3s, those fish oils, and they do seem to have a protective effect for brain cell development. And they are important for the construction of the cell membrane, cell walls. Vitamin D as well is an important brain chemical. So make sure you're getting plenty of D. Make sure you're getting enough D. What can people with lactose intolerance use as a substitute? Well, you don't need to have dairy foods to get those good bacteria. There are other foods that have just are enriched with those. Iron is the next one, the next big one to talk about. Because in young people, in children, deficiency in iron can cause big problems in their growth and development. And for adults, low iron can increase fatigue and make cognition more challenging. Mahagi has enrolled in our little classroom learning community, and you know what, class? That is actually the person who made this model. So wave hello to Mahagi, and you go check out their VGen. They are the person who actually created this model that we're using. So Popeye did get plenty of iron by getting spinach, those leafy greens. But you can also get plenty of iron with things like beans and bread. Bread is usually enriched with iron. Brittle bones could be caused by a lack of iron, although brittle bone as a condition is related to a lot of other things. But these ones I mentioned specifically, in particular, because some of these are the ones that have the highest rates of deficiency. Vitamin B12 is more common to be deficient in than, say, vitamin C. Vitamin C, not that many people are getting an inadequate amount. But magnesium, vitamin D, these are more common for people to just not be getting enough of. And plenty of health organizations like the USDA, National Institutes for Health, a lot of studies backing up the role of nutrition in memory and learning. What is synthesis of neurotransmitters? The creation of the transmitters, the things that communicate back and forth within the brain. You heard that beans are a laxative. Well, they do make you pass gas, yes. I am not all that versed in things like neuropeptides and the like little building blocks of neurotransmitters. But yes, nutrition important for creating new connections within your brain. Since we've talked about eating, let's talk about drinking. And I don't mean those Deep Rock Galactic beers. I mean hydration. One of my favorite things to tell people is that if you're thirsty, you've probably already been dehydrated for up to an hour, because it takes some time for the sensation of thirst to really hit you. If you're thirsty, it's already been too long. You should have been drinking water already. And studies back up that dehydration has negative effects on your memory and attention. If you're someone that has trouble paying attention, trouble concentrating, check out whether or not maybe you're just not drinking enough water. Maybe you're dehydrated. Now, I'm not someone who is fully sold on the idea that everybody should drink 8 glasses of water, because I think for a lot of people it should be more. But there's also just no one-size-fits-all solution. Your activity level, the environment, the temperature, your stress levels, all of these can play a role in how much liquid you need. But the general consensus for a lot of people seems to be that 11.5 cups to 15.5 cups, or 2.7 liters to 3.7 liters, is about the right amount. And yes, that equals about 8 to 10 glasses. Cups and glasses are two different things, and glasses aren't really a standard. Most glasses that people use contain about 1.5 cups. And coffee substitute water. Well, coffee is a liquid, and it is mostly water. I mean, it's made of almost entirely water. The thing you want to watch with coffee is the caffeine. Now, we did a whole lesson on caffeine as well, and we'll do that one again probably in not too long. But caffeine can dehydrate you. But caffeine actually can have positive effects. And coffee, too, can have a positive outcome on your health. Some studies say that drinking between 3 to 4 cups of coffee a day can actually lower your mortality rate. But we can talk about that when we do our coffee lesson again, or caffeine lesson again. The next physical factor, one of those harder truths when it comes to learning and memory, is physical activity. Another one people don't want to think about too hard. The fact that not getting enough movement can make it harder for you to remember things, can make it harder for you to think. But physical activity, as I always tell people, affects every aspect of your mental and cognitive health. Physical activity, getting an appropriate amount of movement in the day, will affect every part of your health. Your emotional health, your cognition, your physical health. Every part of it is affected by your level of movement. Now, the World Health Organization, their suggestion, their guidelines are that an adult should get about 150 minutes of moderate intensity physical activity or 75 minutes of vigorous intensity activity, or some combination of those that adds up to that amount. Now, what does moderate and vigorous intensity mean? Well, you could go into the exact data about it, heart rate zones, but think of it very simply as moderate physical activity. You can still talk. If you were doing it with someone, you could still talk. It might be a little bit strained, might be breathing a little heavy while you're talking, but you could still chat with someone while you're doing it. Like Germ here, taking a nice ride on their bike. Vigorous intensity physical activity, you're not going to be able to talk much. You're going to be breathing heavy. Like these folks, these very happy pickles playing pickleball. Or this living pickleball, whose life must be an unending series of pain. Their life revolves around being smacked with paddles all day. You prefer mole ball. Is that like whack-a-mole, where you're the ball? Whack-a-ball? Beyond the physical factors, though, as we talked about in the beginning of the lesson, don't get frustrated. Forgetting happens. It's okay. It's okay to need more time to learn something. It's okay to need help. And when we talked about increasing our inspiration, I'm going to turn that around and just say, discipline is better than motivation. Why do you think that is, class? Why do you think motivation is so much less important than discipline? What is deficient about motivation that would cause it to be less useful to you than improving your discipline? 100% on D over M. Completely agree, Mo. Jenny says because it just doesn't work. Motivation does come and go, as Wes says. Yeah, motivation is something that happens when you feel like it. You rely on motivation to be the reason you do things. Sometimes you're going to do it, and sometimes you're not. Discipline is doing the thing even when you don't want to do it. So, improving your discipline, even a little bit, is going to be way better than finding new ways to motivate yourself. And as Ralph says, yes, the military doesn't instill motivation in recruits. You do things even when they are hard. I would rather you improve your discipline by 1% than improve your motivation by 5%. Sure, you might do 5% more work when you feel motivated, but you're probably not going to feel motivated all the time. Discipline is the practice of consistently doing the thing. Discipline, by definition, wouldn't be something that just comes and goes. It's you choosing to do that thing, even when you don't feel like it. Or choosing not to do that thing when you shouldn't. Like how I really loved the snack wrap that I had today at McDonald's, and I'm already thinking about going back and getting another one tomorrow. But I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't. It was really good, though. So before we get to our important next steps, our last stage of this lesson, let's take our next movement break. Let's take this next movement break. Get up, move around, because, like we were talking about physical factors, sitting around for too many hours at a time can increase your all-cause mortality. And I want you to live longer, healthier, happier lives. So get up, move around, grab a snack, get a drink, use the restroom, wash your hands, because 1 in 3 people don't wash their hands after they use the restroom, and that's disgusting. Don't be a dirty. Wash your dang paws. And we will be right back after these messages from your local stations.
Records show that vegetation has grown to an abnormal size since the departure of humans.
Wonder if there are any huge boars and such, too.
That's a weird-ass animal to reference randomly. B9, S9, 9S. That's the animal that just comes to mind when you think of animals becoming very large? Buddy, what? I mean, maybe a large bear? Oh, do bears become super huge? Did bears get really big, or?
Hypothesis.
A boar was a mount in the original Nier. Why, though? I mean, if I wanted to mount a pig, I'd call up your mom. Oh.
Done it before. Don Hung, you do it.
Don Hung? Oh, wait.
Stop it. They're awake.
No, wait. Wait, I almost... No!
You all right?
Oh, I almost got a kiss from that beautiful anime boy.
Remember your name?
I don't want to think about the eons. I don't want to think about things, Herta.
How were they created? Why were they created? What were they created for? Have you ever thought about these questions?
Ma'am, I have never had a thought in my life. My phone's credits for this month are running out. What the hell? You're the defense general, or wait, you're the chief of security for this entire massive, expensive space station, and they give you a phone that has limited minutes? What the hell kind of operation is Herta running here? What a cheapskate.
In the blink of an eye, you knocked that big fella into Mr. Yang's black hole and saved me.
Yeah.
I still haven't thanked you properly
I
yet.
took my big old bat and knocked it into Mr. Yang's black hole. Yeah, get back to your work, old man. You don't have much time to live. It's like how old people always drive really slow. They always drive really slow, and I'm like, don't you want to get where you're going faster? You don't have a whole lot of time left. Our character doesn't really care about any of that. We're definitely not going to do any tutorials. The only tutorial we care about is a thick goat lady. Bartender says, "What do you have?" Skeleton goes, "Give me a beer and a mop." Do you get it? You get it? Give me a beer and a mop. Because he's a skeleton. Because he's a skeleton.
Who's there?
It's Dong Hung. Don Hung is here. Let's go into Don Hung's room. Just me and Don.
It's you. The door's not locked. Come in.
He wants me to come in, class. He wants to get that kiss that March 7th clam slammed me about. How did you get frozen out there? And how did... There we are. Welcome back, class. Welcome back. Thanks so much for sticking around with us through the break. And now we can get to the next segment of our lesson as we start to wrap up before we get into karaoke and Honkai Star Rail. The next very important thing to think about is the idea of study groups and learning with others. This is a big one because I know even you just hearing that might set your teeth on edge. Even hearing about needing to do a study group or work in a group, go to a discussion section in your university class, that might already be giving you some jitters or make you feel uncomfortable. That people often don't like working in groups, they don't like studying in groups. They don't like group work. But let me ask you, class, why do you think it's so important? I put these up. I put the topic headers up here right away rather than make you think about it too much since we're later in the lesson. It's because it's just like that role play, but even more interactive. It's just like teaching the teacher, or play, teach, play, or learn, teach, learn. But it's even more interactive. It's more in depth. Group learning helps you to reduce your isolation from others. Because studying or learning by yourself can limit your exposure to other people's perspectives. It can make it harder for you to reinforce the concepts. It is actually that important to talk about what you're doing and learning with other people. Because you're not just explaining it to that rubber duck, you're explaining it to a person who can ask you questions, who can probe you for more information, who might be able to teach you something about it. Rao, you say because it turns the information into easy to digest narrative format instead of the basic declarative. Yes, declarative. In fact, there's a lewd word that you could probably use to remember that. Or at least it sounds like one. Semantic. Declarative. One of the types of declarative memory is semantic. Get it? One of the types of declarative memory is semantic. I'll stop. But it can also help improve your accountability. Because if you're in a study group, there are other people who are expecting you to be there. That can improve your discipline rather than just your motivation. If you're studying by yourself, you might be relying on motivation. How motivated do I feel to study today? Whereas if you're studying in a group and you're supposed to be bringing notes on a particular part of that lesson, you can't just skip it. Other people are depending on you. You need to have discipline and be accountable. So some of the ways to get the most out of your study group session is to make them smaller. Bigger groups can make it easy to get lost in. It can make it very easy for you to shrink and to not participate as much. Keep those study groups to 4 or 5 people. And keep your sessions short. You don't need a 2-hour study group session. 45, 50 minutes, maybe an hour. But do them more often. Meet up together for 45 minutes twice a week rather than one 3-hour session. But go deep into each of those sessions. Don't just go over the notes. Pick one part of that and dive deep into it. So, smaller, shorter, but do it more often and go deep. Yes, yes. Remember, it's not how long you study for. Length isn't everything. It's about the quality. It's about how good you do it, not about how long you can do it for. But now you know what we got to talk about, class. You know what one of the last things we have to talk about will be? I don't even need to preface it. You know what it's going to be. It's right there on the screen. It's ChatGPT. We're going to talk about AI. We're going to talk about maybe not destroying the robots, except when we go back to play Nier Automata. But we do have to talk about ChatGPT. You've probably heard a lot of the stories, a lot of the studies that are going around right now. You've probably heard that it's not good for you, but people keep using it. I feel like it's kind of like smoking. Even as we are learning or even as people were learning that smoking is bad for you, that smoking actually kills you, that it hurts every part of your body, people kept doing it. People still do it today. And it can be like an addiction, Rao. I'm actually pretty troubled about the future of it with socio-emotional aspects. That I feel will destroy people even more than their over-reliance on it for cognition. We're seeing the stories come out already now. People getting deep into psychological problems because of their interactions with these not sentient things they consider to be sentient. So there's an ongoing study by Kosmina et al. That has gotten some very strong results and is a pretty in-depth study with a lot of analysis. One of the things that people have done in studies, they've broken up participants into 3 essay groups. People who were tasked with writing that essay using their brain only, using just between their ears. Participants who were allowed to use a Google search to assist them with writing the essay. And people who were allowed to use an LLM, ChatGPT. I'd like you to take some guesses. I've asked you throughout the lesson at times to tell me what you think. So one last time, what do you think? What do you think the results of this study were? Give me some general observations you think they made about the difference between these 3 groups. Wes thinks that maybe Google search did best. Dragon, you've never used ChatGPT before? Or you never use it, you've only used it a little bit? I am not a anti-LLM zealot, or whatever, what's the word but I feel like the use cases that are actually good to use now, as they are pretty limited. Maybe they will be more useful in the future, but I think for the time being, people need to be very aware. Without ChatGPT performed better, Henry, you think? Probably a safe guess. LLM was probably ass, Rao says. Well, here's what the results were. The brain-only group showed the highest neural connectivity. They did a lot of brain study, a lot of brain readings during this study. And in particular, the areas that had the highest neural connectivity were areas of the brain related to creativity, creative thought, memory load, and semantic processing, their ability to process facts. The Google search was better than the LLM. Users had a high internal curation because they had to think about what they needed to look for. It wasn't as engaging as the brain only. But if you go deep into the study, which we're not going to do here, you found that there were actually areas in which the Google search group performed really well, because they also had to try to filter out incorrect results or irrelevant aspects. The LLM group, though, had the lowest brain engagement and, per the authors, consistently underperformed at neural, linguistic, and behavioral levels. It was also noted that over the course of several months, the ChatGPT users got lazier and lazier with each subsequent essay, and they often resorted to copy and paste by the end of the study. It just got worse and worse. So this study, as it's scrolling around here on the screen, there was a lot of data. All of the references that we've used so far will be available. They will be in the video description after it's uploaded. And you can go read all the studies that have been referenced so far. I try to always put my citations. This one in particular is absolutely fascinating. I would suggest checking it out if you're interested in the data at all. But it is very long, and there is a lot of analysis to go through. This isn't a classroom where we just read a study and talk about it. You can definitely find that out there. But this is a skills-based health class. We're here to focus on what can we actually do to improve our health and wellness or to learn a new topic. If you are interested in this topic, though, this is a really interesting study to check out. We also cannot forget the problem that, quote, the more time users spend talking to ChatGPT, the lonelier they feel. And the social emotional aspect of learning and memory, also pretty important. But why is this so bad? Why is it so bad to use and rely on ChatGPT? Well, number one, it is incredibly easy to become over-reliant. The studies show that it can diminish your motivation. And we talked about how discipline is more important than motivation. But motivation can still be useful. If you're maintaining good discipline, you're doing the things you need to do even when you don't want them, even when you don't want to do them. When you are motivated, you'll do even more. You'll get more done. But relying on AI tools will destroy your motivation because you're not actually doing any of the work. Again, I am not an anti-LLM zealot or prophet. There is potential use cases. There is great potential for areas like cancer research, for prosthetic limbs, cybernetics. But we need to be very careful how we're integrating it into our daily lives. It can also impair your critical thinking because you're relying on an outside source to judge and analyze and evaluate the facts. The third part, obviously, you can't always verify or trust the accuracy. I tested this the other day, actually. You know, I've been writing a lot of poetry lately. And I was interested in finding out how much can these LLMs actually learn and judge and evaluate things that aren't facts and figures? How much can they actually learn or judge or evaluate something artistic? So I put some existing poems and one of mine into the LLM, and I said, sort these by theme, to see if it could pick out what the themes of the poem was. It put them into a list, but it inserted a completely hallucinated poem. It completely hallucinated an entire poem that no one wrote, that did not exist. It wasn't very good. It just made it up. It just made up the entire poem. I couldn't believe it. It was the first time I've seen one of those hallucinations live in person happen. It was wild. But it's time for a little learning check. We have reached the part of the lesson where I'm going to assess your learning. So the first thing I'm going to ask you, I made it up. Yeah, exactly, Zetsun Alpha. The LLM just completely made it up. The first thing we're going to ask in terms of our assessment here, we're going to talk about mnemonics. Can you remember what wash a delicious juicy mango stood for or meant? was early in the lesson, so we're testing your memory and learning. It's okay if you don't remember. You haven't slept on it yet. But just first, what was it about? The presidents. Yes, it was about the presidents. How many of you can get it? Ah, wow, yes. Washington, Adams, Jefferson, and Madison. Yes, Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, M.A. How about mirrors are just vanity? How could you remember what mirror referred to? And Ra, why did you spell that like a French person? What happened there? You've been playing a lot of Clair Obscur. Okay, that makes sense. So wash a delicious juicy mango and mirrors are just vanity tells you the first 8 presidents. Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, because mirror has an O and an R. The second Adams, the son. Jackson, and Van Buren. Copper Huntress, what have I done with your ferret? Well, I have not been able to transform completely. I do still have my ear and tails. I just learned how to transform into this person. I've already forgotten if I'm a badger who can turn into a human or a human who can turn into a badger. This identity crisis might be a problem in the future, but I will be able to transform back into a full figured, that's not the term I'm looking for, but a full body badger soon, once that model gets done in time. How about acronyms? What do you remember about PLAP? When we were trying to remember the different triggers that we can use to disassociate ourselves with our bad habits. What did PLAP stand for? It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to not remember. But what did we say PLAP stood for to help us remember? Remember that we used the example of drinking. You got a good number of them there, Rao. And ICO, people, location, actions. People, locations, access, and plans. So the people you might be around that you drink with, the locations that you drink in, your ease of access. Do you keep alcohol around the house? And the plans. Do you make plans that involve or revolve around alcohol a lot? But I bet you'll remember now because there's a convenient acronym and it has my signature little bit of humor to give you an emotional attachment. How about the amount of physical activity that you need to get per week? How much did the World Health Organization say that you needed to get? How about 1,000,000% more than you get now, Rao? Well, if you're getting none, then even 1% would be 1,000,000% more. I don't know. I'm not a math guy. I don't know how that works. So if I were to put on my tank top, my workout gear, and get my gym shorts on and do some physical activity, how much should I get? Put on my PE teacher whistle. Henry Bear, you've got it. 150 minutes of moderate intensity and 75 minutes of high intensity or vigorous intensity, whatever word you want to use. And how could you judge that? What was vigorous versus moderate? What was the key difference that could help you remember whether you're doing moderate or vigorous intensity physical activity? Didn't stick with you. But you remember Germ. Remember Germ on his bicycle. Germ could probably hold a conversation while he was taking that relaxing bike ride. But the happy pickles doing pickleball, they probably would be breathing too hard to have a conversation. So that's your convenient little way to remember. If you can still talk with someone while you're doing it, probably no more than moderate. If you're breathing hard, huffing and puffing, you can't talk with someone while you're doing it, that would be vigorous. There we go. The last question, your last question, how many and number of hour sessions did I say was better than how many and number of hour sessions? You remember the watermelon pizza pie image? Yeah, there you go. It was 3 1-hour sessions would be better than 1 5-hour session. Because of consolidation. Can you tell me what this image means with the sultry wrench? With the weird sultry bedroom eyes wrench? Yes, Henry. 3 1-hour sessions over 1 5-hour session. It's chilly in here. I better put on my sweater. Can't believe I found that on Canva. You can find all kinds of things on Canva. People are weird. I mean, maybe they like wrenches. Maybe that's their thing. Is there a word for that? But what was Mrs. Wrench doing? And what was it helping me remember? Walking the rope. Mrs. Wrench was taking those 2 nuts and taking them right down the alley and stopping to tie them up with the white rope before she took them to the end. That was my little reminder about tightening the nuts down, but not all the way, to the right, and stopping to put the white sealant strip on it before going all the way to the end. Just a little reminder about you can tell yourself stories with things. But now we put it to you, class. Do you have any remaining questions? Do you have anything that you want to discuss with the lesson? Any lingering thoughts in your mind? anything that was unclear that you wanted clarification of. Otherwise, we do have all of the references that we used here. Again, they will be available in the video description once it's uploaded. And you can check out all of those studies, especially that very interesting one on LLMs. But if you don't have any other questions, covered everything. When do we designate LLM reliance as an actual substance abuse problem? I don't actually think that could be that far away. I think it is as dangerous as gambling or worse. And frankly, we're not taking gambling seriously enough either, especially among young people. I think I actually want to give a lesson regarding gambling and the rise of sports betting and app-based sports betting. I think that's a big issue that we should talk about. But for now, congratulations, class. You completed my memory and learning lesson this August 30th, 2025. If you would like to have me put your name on this certificate and send it to you as a high-quality glossy JPEG, you can jump into our Discord channel in the links in the chat right now. And you can also follow us on the socials. Remember that this lesson, if you didn't get to catch the full thing, will be uploaded to our YouTube channel in our YouTube playlist where all of our lessons are stored. You can check those all out. A lot of the lessons we referenced in this one are available there. Henry say there's a lot of betting companies in Brazil. Not surprised. It is an easy vice and habit to get into. But yeah, congratulations on this amazing lesson that you all participated in. We have completed our lesson for the evening. Now it is time for the next two parts of this lesson, or session. That is a little bit of karaoke and a little bit of Honkai Star Rail. So, before we get into the Honkai Star Rail, I think it is time for me to sing a song. I think it is time for me to sing a song. And yeah, we were just talking about gambling, so we're going to do some gotcha gambling. But remember, we have never spent any money on this game, and we will not. I will not spend any money on this game. No human currency will be spent. It's all going to be me grinding. But because I did promise karaoke, I do have to actually do it. So I will give you the choice, class. We have the Billy Joel song that we did last time. I did some karaoke. And again, I'm not a singer. I didn't practice this at all. I don't sing well, but I sing because it's fun to sing. And we kill the cringe within ourselves. We sing and dance because it's fun, not because people won't judge us for it. Dance like people are watching and you don't care. But the other two songs that I have the karaoke versions up ready to play, I think that they are suitably 90s style. They fit our aesthetic and our whole thing. Those two options are Nickelback, How You Remind Me, and Breaking Benjamin, Diary of Jane. So would you like to hear one of those songs? In my inimitable Can't Carry a Tune song. Raul likes Diary of Jane. If that's the one vote we get, that's the one I'll do. I do like that song. I think it's appropriately themed for our Windows 98, late 90s, early 2000s. When did that song actually come out? 2006, a little bit later in the life. But okay, how about when did that Nickelback song come out? 2001. That is era appropriate. All right, let me just make sure that the audio is going to work well. Yep, capture audio. Again, I did not practice any of this. I didn't prepare. I didn't practice singing this at all. Me, 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 you. Blah, 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 blah. Me, 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 me. All right. So this is the karaoke portion of the evening. I'm going to sing this classic alt-rock song by Breaking Benjamin called The Diary of Jane. I think my ferrets would like to join me, so let's put them up on my shoulders here. There we go. And we'll rock and groove. All right. Let's do this. Okay, so the volume is good. I just want to... There, and I will start. Make sure I have the lyrics up. All right. If I had to, I would put myself right beside you. So let me ask, would you like that? Would you like that? And I don't mind if you say this love is the last time. So now I'll ask, do you like that? Do you like that? Something's getting in the way. Something's just about to break. I will try to find my place in the diary of Jane. So tell me how it should be. Try to find out what makes you tick as I lie down. Sore and sick, do you like that? Do you like that? And I don't mind if you say this love is the last time. Just let me say that I like that. I like that. Something's getting in the way. Something's just about to break. I will try to find my place in the diary of Jane. As I burn another page, as I look the other way, I still try to find my place in the diary of Jane. So tell me how it should be. Desperate I will crawl, waiting for so long. No love, there's no love. die for anyone. What have I become? Something's getting in the way, something's just about to break. I will try to find my place in the diary of Jane. As I burn another page, as I look the other way, I still try to find my place in the diary of Jane. So tell me how it should be. Ooh. I messed up the tune on one section, but I think that was okay. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. It was all right. And Pandagiri, thank you so much. And Saftikuma, thank you so much for enrolling in our little classroom community here. It wasn't the worst. If I'd practiced a little bit, I think it would have gone better. I think I will do the Nickelback song now, though. I'm feeling happy about this. I just have to make sure this one actually sounds right. Okay, good. It should be fine. I like this song. I don't, oh, thank you so much for the head pats. All right. This is classic. This is 2001. This is definitely Windows 98 era. Never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. Tired of living like a blind man. I'm sick of sight without a sense of feeling. And this is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for handing you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong. I've been down to the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my head scream, are we having fun yet? Yeah, 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 no, no. Yeah, 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 no, no. It's not like you didn't know that. I said I love you and I swear I still do. And it must have been so bad. 'Cause living with me must have damn near killed you. And this is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for handing you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong. I've been down, been to the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my head scream, are we having fun yet? Yeah, 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 no, no. Yeah, 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 no, no. Yeah, 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 no, no. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, no. Never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. This is how you remind me. This is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am. This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. I was waiting on a different story. This time I'm mistaken for handing you a heart worth breaking. And I've been wrong, I've been down, been to the bottom of every bottle. These 5 words in my head scream, are we having fun yet? Yeah, yeah. 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 No, no. And that was Nickelback's How You Remind Me by a terrible singing badger. 2001. Thank you so much for indulging my little song. And yes, we should go back to the Clippy era. Enemy, I completely agree. I'm all about the fact that you should not have cringe and you should sing just because you want to. It wasn't terrible, you think, Wes? It was okay. I would say it was okay. I had fun doing it, and that's what matters. I did my best. I had fun, and that's what matters. I mean, that doesn't apply to everything. I mean, you can't just go drunk driving because you had a good time. But I think it's time for Honkai Star Rail, don't you? So why don't we take our next movement break so that we can have a full hour uninterrupted of, I think I have like 60 special Star Rail passes and like 50 of the regular ones. So we're going to be able to do a whole lot of gotcha gambling after this next set of messages. You like my new look? Oh, thanks so much for the gold stars. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good too. Let me unroll my shirt there and put my vest on. Yeah, looking pretty dapper. We'll let the ferrets get down. There we go. Can even get all little casual with my sweater, but it is too hot for that. It's too hot for all this. I mean, we could just put our tank top on if it got too hot. But I think I should at least put a shirt on. This isn't that kind of stream. But yeah, let's take our next movement break so you can get up, move around, grab a drink of water, grab a snack, use the restroom, wash your hands. Wash your hands because 1 in 3 people don't wash their hands after using the restroom, and that is disgusting. Do not be dirty in my classroom. Wash your heckin' paws. But we'll be right back after these messages from your local stations, and we will be playing some Honkai Star Rail. Fantastic.
Records show that vegetation has grown to an abnormal size since the departure of humans.
Wonder if there are any huge boars and such, too.
That's a weird-ass animal to reference randomly. B9, S9, 9S. That's the animal that just comes to mind when you think of animals becoming very large? Buddy, what? I mean, maybe a large bear? Oh, do bears become super huge? Did bears get really big, or...
Hypothesis.
A boar was a mount in the original Nier. Why, though? I mean, if I wanted to mount a pig, I'd call up your mom. Oh.
Done it before. Don Hung, you do it.
Don Hung? Oh, wait.
Stop it. They're awake.
No, wait, I almost... No!
You all right?
Oh, I almost got a kiss from that beautiful anime boy.
Remember your name?
I don't want to think about the eons. I don't want to think about things, Herta.
How were they created? Why were they created? What were they created for? Have you ever thought about these questions?
Ma'am, I have never had a thought in my life. My phone's credits for this month are running out. What the hell? You're the defense general, or wait, you're the chief of security for this entire massive, expensive space station, and they give you a phone that has limited minutes? What the hell kind of operation is Herta running here? What a cheapskate.
In the blink of an eye, you knocked that big fella into Mr. Yang's black hole and saved me.
Yeah.
I still haven't thanked you properly
I
yet.
took my big old bat and knocked it into Mr. Yang's black hole. Yeah, get back to your work, old man. You don't have much time to live. It's like how old people always drive really slow. They always drive really slow, and I'm like, don't you want to get where you're going faster? You don't have a whole lot of time left. Our character doesn't really care about any of that. We're definitely not going to do any tutorials. The only tutorial we care about is a thick goat lady. Bartender says, "What do you have?" Skeleton goes, "Give me a beer and a mop." Do you get it? You get it? Give me a beer and a mop. Because he's a skeleton. Because he's a skeleton.
Who's there?
It's Dong Hung. Don Hung is here. Let's go into Don Hung's room. Just me and Don.
Ah, it's you. The door's not locked. Come in.
He wants me to come in, class. He wants to get that kiss that March 7th clam slammed me about. How did you get frozen out there? And how did the caveman get frozen in here? I'm sure glad the sheriff is frozen out there, and I'm in here.
Who knows?
Watch me
I don't
swoosh
remember
right
anything
in.
before.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks so much for sticking around through the break. We are about to jump into Honkai Star Rail. Now I can change the name of the stream. I hope you washed your hands, class. I hope you washed your hands if you use the restroom. Don't be a dirty. What should I sing at our next karaoke session? Especially if you can think of like some good era appropriate things. Like 98 to 2003-ish. Where is Oyo Play? Da 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 dum. Ba ba da 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 dum. Country roads take me home. Country roads to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads. Why is that not working? We didn't start the fire. Oh, this is a great song. I love this song. I can hear heaven. But how can that be? Yeah, anyway. Hero is actually a really good song. The soundtrack to the Spider-Man movie, the original one, was actually pretty good. I have so many windows open, I'm trying to find the Honkai Star Rail one. There we go. Ah, yes. I need to make the, when I'm drinking water, it like would automatically put a little VTube Studio item in my hand. But yeah, it gets blocked by the mic arm. I think I'll have to put the mic up above me. Like a real studio star. But all right, class, it is time for our next session of Honkai Star Rail. This is our 15th episode, our 15th time with the Trailblazer. Oh, I forgot that I have the music down on this because I have been playing it in the background. Yeah, the boom mic. Like a real gamer. Anyway, yes. Let us jump back onto the Astral Express with our Trailblazer, Aegis. We have finally escaped Jarrillo 6, where we were frozen down there and the caveman was frozen up here. But since we have not been back on the Astral Express in a while, why is it not capturing now? Frick. What in heckin'? Yeah, there are no brakes on the space train, and it's a real problem for me. I mean, there's obviously a full screen application. Loresno. What is up, my friend? I disappeared there for a second. Do I just have too much going on? It can't figure it all out? Chicken Jockey. Why does Chicken Jockey never work? Why is Chicken Jockey not working? Why is it stuck there? One sec. Oh, I just needed to jump out of the classroom there for a second. Let's try. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum. Game capture. Wild. Absolutely wild. Okay. I'll just capture the whole screen then. There. Happy now? Are you happy now, Streamlabs? Look what you made me do. Are you happy now, Hoyo? There. You jerk. You big jerk. Why is that even there then? Ba-da-da-da-da-dum-dum. Da-da-da-da-dum. Oh, but I can't get the capture audio. All right, let's just do this. Fine, we'll capture the audio desktop. There, finally. Oh, how are the little creatures? They're doing all right. One of them escaped the pen and went downstairs back into the room, which they always do when they escape. They love to go right back into their captivity, I guess. Anyway, we are back here on the... well, we're not in the Astral Express. I wish I was, but I guess we're still on Herta's space station. Not my favorite place to be. Not my favorite person in the world. But I guess we're here on our 15th journey. We have a whole lot of messages, I think. Let's claim all of our special items. Go back out into the world again and grab me some new stuff. Oh, not the ferrets, the ones from that storyline? Oh. We should go check on them. I think if I do that, though, I have to interact with that horrible, horrible woman again. See if I have any messages from her. Oh, I'm Trailblaze level 48. Am I by chance accepting friends? Absolutely. I would love to have more friends. Or any friends. I'm kidding. Japard would love to step out with me. Pom Pom wants to do the train cleaning. We're not going to do that. Serval wants to talk. We do like Serval. She's nice. Arlan, our precious small bean Arlan. Basic cardiopulmonary function training for newly recruited staff of the security department. 13. Prepare nutritious tablets and new flavored cans for Peppy. Remind Miss Asta to prepare outline for tomorrow's meeting. Don't get too much coffee. Is Arlan accidentally putting his to-do list in our chat? Is that what is happening with Arlan? What a small bean. What a precious small bean. Serval and siblings are named after types of big cats. I didn't know that. I knew that Serval was a type of cat. I didn't know the other characters were. Your name says Pandagiri in Japanese characters. Okay, okay. I don't see the Japanese characters. I have seen people with names in Japanese. Not sure how they do that. Oh, Japard and Lynx. I forgot about Lynx. Yep, okay, go get it. Go get your work done, Arlan. I'm glad I'm in your phone, though. Arlan is one of the characters I actually think is good. Everyone else, well, not everyone. A lot of the characters in this game have been mean to me. They've been rude. Downright rude to me. Called me names. Said I have a weird cosmic body. Or they even just drugged me and made me lose my memories. Arlan, you can keep sending me your list. It's okay. Oh, no, I'll be embarrassed. Oh, Arlan, you're so precious. Okay, bye-bye. Hook wants me to save her. She did lie to me a couple times and, like, get me in trouble, but that's okay. Oh, she has homework. I mean, I guess that's sort of right up my alley as the teacher here, huh? Do more homework and you'll grow taller. and drink your milkshake. You better not trick Hook. Ugh. Well, you better do your homework. Sorry, I had something in my eye. Ugh. Yeah, she's a real drama queen. But she is at least a, good character. Yeah, I'll help you with your homework. Kind of my job. Oh no, something strange happened with Clara. Gotta have to help her. Herta wants me to do something for her. That's not gonna happen. Derval is bored and wants to catch up? Really? Oh, thanks for the book, Pela. Really appreciate it. I do like books. Oh, you got it for someone else. Oh. Never mind then. Oh, it's a set of books? Sure. I mean, if I had, like, cosmic baseball bat powers and I was on a magic train traveling through space and I got to fight huge monsters, I don't think I would really spend a lot of time reading. I think if I had all kinds of powers and, like, 1,000,000 credits, I probably would just spend my time doing that. Oh, there's Ron Mai. There's the evil woman who drugged me and forced me to do her bidding. And then tried to make me lose my memories. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be helping her anytime soon. Sampo the Scammer wants some stuff from me. Oh, Natasha. Does Natasha need anything from me? Because I am all about helping Natasha. We love Natasha. I don't have a waifu in this game or anything. Not like that. But if I did, it would be Natasha. She really is just the best. Yeah, I would say Natasha's my favorite. She's she's smart and talented, and she can fight. She's a doctor. She's also the leader of a underground movement. She's tough but soft. I mean, it doesn't hurt that she's beautiful too. That's always nice. Oh no. Did Clara do a reply all? That's embarrassing. Good job, Clara. Keep working. Oh, is she calling me senpai? Big brother. I actually have 3 younger sisters and a younger stepsister. I have 4 sisters, all younger. Asta. Message rejected. You have been blocked and can no longer send messages to me. Yeah, I was the only one. And I was the oldest, so I had to watch everyone and take care of everyone. Babysit all the time. never got to do anything fun. It does suit me quite well, I think. Yeah, the teacher life. Oh, Serval. You need something very urgently from me? Fantastic. I will do anything I can. Screwed up? What did you do? You installed an automaton chainsaw on a vehicle. But why? Why would you do that? The Silvermane guards are conducting an all-out manhunt as we speak. If they ask you, remember to say you don't know anything. Am I going to get in trouble for the things that you've done? Serval? Oh. Why am I getting spitballed? Ow! Wow! Ow! Oh, I think the commands are messed up. Oh, that hurt. Your secret is safe with me. I don't know why you told me in the first place, but... Come to the workshop. Does Natasha have any missions for me? I'd, like to hang out anytime. Drink a little water to hydrate yourself. We're not going to talk to Herta. We're not going to talk to Wan Mai. We're not going to talk to Sampo. Oh, she wants a book? I'll give her my set of Tales of Winter Never Nights or whatever. Yeah, Tales of the Winterlands. What is the book about? It's about going outside of Booby Bog or whatever the name of that city is from. Called. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. It's a gun. You'll defeat them with the power of friendship and this gun I found. Wait, how could I have been a fan of Mechanical Fever for 10 years? I've only been alive for like a week. This character's only been alive for like a week. I didn't ask to be born. They put a star into my body and now I'm stuck this way. I should have been answering these messages all along. I kind of put them off. But I knew I wasn't going to be playing for a little while. Yeah. Ring. Thank you so much for the gold stars, Zetsun Alpha. I deserve them. I do like to help people, especially if they are good people. We're not doing the train cleaning. I don't want to clean your stupid train. And Pat the Badger makes an appearance. We have a whole bunch of missions that we can choose from. Meet up with the Landau siblings at the Overworld cable car. Sure, we'll do that.
It's still early. Where to now?
Get underground. If people are so cold here, why aren't they wearing pants? Why are so many people wearing like shorts and short skirts and stuff? Like, if the big problem here is that it's super cold. Always check the trash cans. Oh, wait, that's right. I have a whole bunch of tickets. I gotta get that light fixed. Yeah, before I hang out with the cat siblings, we have to accept this friend request. But then we need to feel the warp overtaking us. Because we have 56 tickets. We have 56 tickets, and it's time for us to stick them into the slot and see what we got. Time for the gamba. Screw Kafka. She brought me into this world. Already got Himiko and care about that. Saber we would like to get. We already have Lelouch here, or Vash the Stampede. So Saber would be cool to get. Don't care about Kafka. This Hycilians person. Hycilians. I've gotten to play her in the or as a support character. She just seems to wipe everyone. She seems to wipe everyone out. Which is, like, awesome. You can end up getting Ron May in the pulls. I don't want Ron Mai. I don't want her in my life. She should be in jail. She should be in jail for what she did to me. Sillins is there to support Kafka. Well, I'm going to support Kafka all the way to a prison cell, which is where she belongs to. Would be good to get Saber. I've already got Vash the Stampede. Alright, well, let's just stick 10 in here. Have I edited the Celestial Invitations? I have not. I already own Himiko. Oh, I don't own Himiko. Da 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 dum. Ba ba da ba ba. Following characters. I have not done this. I didn't even know this was a thing. I am still so new to this. I already have Clara and Bailu. They gave me the two little small beans for some reason. I have to pick 7. Yang King, I think. Yang King? Yeah, Yang King. What about? Welt is kind of cool. Bronya, I didn't like at first, but I've warmed up to Bronya. I don't want Sela. I don't need any more Quantum. Do like Welt. Young King with Dan Heng. I like Dan Heng too. I like Dan Heng. He's the only person in the early stages of the game who actually like asked me if I'm okay. Like the first decent person I met. I don't know what Blade is all about. Young King. Young Ching. Young Ching. King. Ushuan. His X is like a Ushuan. I'm pretty sure. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Ba-ba-da-da-da. You're having Tekken flashbacks? Well, let's stick 10 cards in the slot and see what we get. Big money, big money. Big money, no whammies. Come on, Pom Pom, give me something good, you little cat, rat, rabbit thing. What do we got? What do we got? Give me something good. Okay, well, that's not. That's basically nothing, I think. Your grandma's watching the original No Whammy show. It's a classic. Useless light cones. There's a decent one. Revolution shines as pearls of sweat. Why are you showing me an ass shot of this shirtless man? My hotkeys are working right now. There. I should be the only shirtless man around here. I'm the one grinding for gains. I'll put my shirt back on, sorry. All right then, bunch of crap. Big money, no whammies. Triple sevens, give me the triple cherries. You saw it, N2? Oh no. Going all in. Oh, well, at least I got Don Hung's Eidolon. No, another good light cone. Guess I'll take it. Let me see this stuff. What did I actually get? An achievement, of course, because they have to keep giving you the flashing, colorful lights and sounds to keep you hooked. Yeah, absolutely beautiful art. Let's see here. Got a new Eidolon for our good friend Don Hung. When the target enemy's current health is below 50%, my crit rate increases by 12. That's pretty good. Let's see what those light cones were. For a hunt character, for each time the wearer hits the same target, damage increases by 8, stacking up to 5 times. Well, that would go great on my Vash the Stampede character, because he can do, even just now at his own level, at his current level, like 3 hits. Nihility. I think I only have one Nihility character. When the wearer hits an enemy, if the hit enemy is not already ensnared, 60% chance to ensnare them. Bad. I have never seen Fate Stay Night. No, I have not. I have not seen a lot of stuff, unfortunately. So busy as a teacher, it's unfortunate. He does look like a Vash the Stampede character, yeah. He's cool as hell. Like, I enjoy having him in my team. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da. Very cool. I will have to try out Saber. Wait. This up to level 5. Bing bang boom. Computer, enhance. There's just so much to do in this game that I get a little bit overwhelmed sometimes. Computer. Recreate one King Arthur as an anime girl. Never mind, just do it. Don't question me, computer. I have my reasons. I'm pretty good on materials, I think. But with people who know what they're doing here, you can probably tell me what I'm doing wrong.
Nice.
That's pretty good. This guy's such a badass. So cool to have around. Just need some more ice bullets to level him up some more. Ice bullets and bloody spears. I really like this guy too. Lucha Libre. Need some more materials for him as well. And some better of these relics. It seems like I'm going for Saber right now. I don't really want to upgrade this because it's 4-star only. Oh, yeah, switch to that. And enhance that. And a bunch of these old crap things. What? 3. Yeah, I think I'm getting it decently enough. This seems to have like a huge effect from what it feels like. Enhancing these relics feels like, oh, you took your attack from, yeah, to from 20% to 21% to 28%. That's pretty big. That feels like it has a huge effect, enhancing the relics. Definitely put a better one of these on. Yeah. March 7th, I always bully. That just feels fun to me. It made someone mad in the comments of the YouTube VODs. Like, they were upset that I was bullying March 7th. We're just joking around. Not that serious. It's just a game. Why you have to be mad? That's such a great meme. It's only a game. Why you have to be mad? I think where I'm at right now is that I just need to level up my main character. I need to ascend, but the only way I can do that is to continue the story, I think. Because Archer, aka Vash the Stampede, is level 60. Lucha Libre is at 60. Hanya, we could level up. I like Hanya. I don't know why. I don't know if she's actually good. I just like the idea of her, and she's in a good slot for me as like a support character. I think. I use her to amplify Vash. Some people it is just never a game. But I'm already using the Trailblazer as a preservation character. And this is my main damage dealer. Lucha, or the Vash. Healer is Lucha Libre. This is a character I just got. I don't know anything about how to pronounce this one. Nacho Libre. He's playing Mahjong, it looks like. Ching Chue. Ching Chue. That seems about right. Okay. I'll get it. An erudition character. I do like that, but I've already got I've already got Serval as a good erudition character. I don't know how good she is, like, objectively, but I like her. Sure, why not? Ouch. Who is that hitting me with the bonks again? Do 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 do. Ba-ba-da. Speed increases are always nice, I think. A Genshin player? I've never played Genshin. I've never even seen Genshin played. To be perfectly honest. Guess that will do. Not a bad set, but it's not upgraded at all. I haven't done her traces. Need lots of those keys, huh? Yeah, and I definitely do have some limited time issues given the profession and streaming. All right, let's hang out with the cats.
You're here. Thanks again for agreeing to this.
I don't remember what I agreed to, actually.
They're behind us. If negotiations go well, then Dunn will lead them down into the underworld. He's a very capable sergeant. Upright, plain-spoken, a model Silvermane guard. I assume you remember him. You and Serval ambushed...
oh, yeah, we did ambush him.
In
and subdue him. That's true.
I think he was out cold for most of the action.
Yeah, we did knock him out cold. Sorry. Sometimes fights lead to friendship.
Situation. I understand. Not to mention, he wasn't in bad shape when we found him.
Yeah, I mean, I could have easily killed him.
Don't worry. The hard work is already behind us. The highest priority for today is establishing good negotiations with the chief of Wildfire.
Oh, that's my good friend Natasha, don't worry.
Process underway.
Hold up, I wasn't that late.
Negotiations will be held in the Bouldertown Clinic. Serval
Yeah,
and I are
that's my
newcomers, so you'll have
my
to lead the
waifu
way.
Natasha's clinic.
The underworld isn't exactly how I remember it.
Feels like we're not getting many friendly looks, huh?
Well, I mean, you showed up into a very poor peasant area wearing some very fancy clothes and armor and stuff. I don't think you should have expected a friendly, warm welcome. You have kept these people locked down here for a long time. Yeah, I did help Ruan Mai that one time, and it didn't go so good for me. I thought I was just being helpful. That's what I get. I'll never help anyone else again. What was I looking to do here? Well, I've got 24 of these I could use. I'll just save them for now. Got 1,000 of these. Got 1,000 embers. Can use them to buy more Star Rail passes tomorrow. Or I could get some of these upgrade items that I do need. Need a bunch of this stuff. Especially these bullets. These special ice bullets. And some seeds and meteor bullets. What else did I need? Keys. So I do need a bunch of these. Oh, that's true. Let me just see if I can upgrade Dash. I could. Trying to remember exactly what materials I needed for all this. Oh. Definitely do. Or if I wanted to. All right, let's go talk to Natasha. Our beloved Natasha.
I don't think our little clinic has ever played host to an occasion like this.
We meet again, Mr. Oleg.
Oleg will do, son. Oh, you.
Yeah, don't call me Mister.
The name's Serval. I'm, an ex-engineer from the technology division and Japard's sister. Pleasure to meet you, Chief.
Likewise, miss. The more the merrier. And it's good to have you here again. It bothered me and Natasha that we never arranged a formal welcome for you.
Yeah, a formal welcome would have been nice after I saved your whole world. But then I had to watch us lie and
Oleg, let's finish our discussion
basically put up a statue and make a martyr out of that evil woman who tried to kill me and stabbed me through the chest.
Head inside. Too much
Yeah,
emotion out here.
bad stuff, bad times. She basically tried to murder me, and I have to pretend like she saved the world when I actually did. Once again, our intrepid hero here getting the shaft. But at least we still have Natasha. I'm back, honey.
Huh, so she's your sister. The Landau family is full of talented young people, I see.
You're worried that Underworlders might still hold a grudge against the Silvermane guards.
Yeah, I don't know why this guy didn't expect a cold welcome when he shows up in his full Silvermane guard, like captain uniform. Glistening armor.
Rebuilding trust between the two worlds has always been a priority for Lady Bronya. People here must have felt abandoned by the guards after the passage was sealed off.
What do you mean, felt abandoned by the guards? They were abandoned by the guards. You abandoned them in a literal sense.
Seems like you have a good handle on the situation. I see now why you made captain at such a young age.
So, you're also saying the guards want to work with Wildfire and use our reputation to win back people's support, correct?
I wouldn't use those exact words, but that is more or less what we want to achieve.
If that's the case, I've got a question for you. Since this offer comes from those who left us to our fate for more than a decade,
Glistening armor,
would you react if
Rao?
Wildfire refused?
I mean, basically, that is Gleaming
Would
Shield.
you-
She's not trying to be diplomatic about it, is she?
Natasha won't back down easily. She's tough. And if there's a fight between the three of you, I will be on her side.
Who is she?
And I've beaten you before, Japard.
The barrier between the surface and the underground was the product of the former Supreme Guardian's misjudgment and the policies that resulted from it.
Yeah, the former Supreme Guardian, that, like I was just saying, stabbed me through the chest and tried to murder me.
We were made to Lady Bronya wants Belobog to heal. So the Silvermane guards need to regain the people's trust. But we won't achieve that by kicking doors open and policing everyone around.
Did you hear that? You don't actually win hearts and minds by kicking people's doors open and policing everyone. What a wild concept, huh? Boy, am I glad that this is all just a fictional world, huh? Anyway.
As a grassroots organization, Wildfire did an extraordinary job maintaining order for over a decade in the absence of the guards. I can only imagine how much work you put in to protect the underworld.
Yeah, flatter her. She deserves it. Flatter my
I can
Natasha.
assure you that the guards are not here to seize power. If it takes time for the people to trust us, so be it. I hope you can see that everything we do we do to rebuild trust and make Belobog work for all.
I swear, he never used to be this emotionally intelligent.
He's developed some emotional intelligence. Mostly because he's been around me for a little while.
That's an answer I can accept. Oleg, what do you think?
I think there's no need for the guessing game to continue. With the help of Branya, Serval, and Japard, we're one step closer to rebuilding a united Belobog.
I agree.
Yeah, we're going to reunite
Tell Branya that Wildfire will work
Ireland
with
and Northern
Silver
Ireland.
Guards on security matters. However, things aren't simple down here. Please also tell her to draw up plans in case the situation demands...
26 plus 6 equals 1.
Monsters! Monsters! They're swarming toward the town!
What?
Not good. Stay here, Natasha. The patients need you. The soldiers and I will handle this.
Understood. We'll be...
Everyone rushed outside. I should probably see what's happening.
Don't worry, everyone. I will save the day, as usual.
Please, help my friends!
Sure thing.
The monsters invaded the mine. Please, you have to save my friends. Otherwise,
Will do.
those things would...
Saving people from monsters is kind of my whole deal.
Don't worry.
I'm kind of like Finn the human boy.
Guards are trained for these situations. Where do we find them?
The Great Mine! The one with the big ore vein!
Understood. I'll send my men to set up a perimeter and start the rescue operation right away.
Drink a little water.
Mr. Oleg, please entrust the Silvermane Guards with the rescue. The defense of Boulder Town will need Wildfire's expertise.
You're a natural-born commander. Your troops will be unfamiliar with the layout of the mine.
This natural-born captain of the guard, who I have nicknamed Glistening Armor.
Thank you. In the name of the preservation, I'll go on ahead and lead the troops to the mine.
He is a natural-born commander.
I couldn't get a word in while they were talking. A duty-bound soldier and a resistance leader. It's hard to be rock and roll in front of people like that.
That's just a skill issue, Serval. If someone was truly rock and roll, it wouldn't matter who they were in front of. You could be rock and roll in front of anybody. I think you've got a lot of growing up to do, Serval.
You know, maybe I need to put my inner struggles in a broader context.
See, exactly. Rock and roll means choosing your own way of living. You can't be counterculture or punk and care that much about what people think. But I think we have to go with option 3. Mental health is always important because, I mean, we literally talk about mental health in this class, so...
I know. Anyway, don't worry. I'm doing fine.
Don't say that. When someone says, I'm fine,
It's just...
you gotta make sure.
I see people fighting for their lives, and here I am thinking about how to escape.
Oh no, she's not gonna join me on the train, is she?
I feel guilty about that.
No, come with me on the train. I need cooler people to hang out with. Welt is fine and all, but he's sort of a stick in the mud. Himiko's, you know, Himiko. March 7th is kind of an airhead. Dan Heng is my best friend, but, I mean, he's a little distant. And Pom Pom, I'm gonna punt that little guy someday.
Wait a minute. Was that Japard's plan all along? Use guilt to make me stay?
Yeah, that was actually Japard's plan the whole time. He is trying to guilt you into staying. Don't fall for his lies.
That's true. You know the way to the Great Mine, right?
Yeah, I've been attacked many times in the Great Mine.
Let's go.
I mean, her brother can handle the leading. And Lady Branya's, like I said, she's grown on me. She's okay. I don't mind her. Better than her mom, at least.
Put
I hope she doesn't
artillery units on
take it too
standby.
hard that I
Wait
killed
for
her
my
mom.
command to bombard
Sorry.
enemy positions and cover our infantry advance. We have a choke point here. Tell all infantry units to switch to double line formation. Close quarters in front, gunners behind. Remember, get the wounded out as soon as possible.
Someone did have to
Always
do it. She
secure
did
your
have to
plants
die.
before advancing.
It is crazy how many people we have to kill, isn't it? It's crazy how many people we have to kill in order for good things to happen. Cocolia needed some serious help, yeah. Or as I had taken to calling her, Caca Liar. Because she was Caca. And also a liar.
Yes, sir.
Ah, you're here. Get ready. We need to help the infantry lines drive deep into the mine. The back of the mine has been secured. The battle is fierce.
I don't know much about warfare, but I don't. Japard, let me and him clear the way for you.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably take them all on my own. I could definitely take a whole bunch of monsters.
Thanks, Serval, but please trust my judgment on this. I made a promise to Mr. Oleg to save as many people as possible.
There's no stopping you once you've made up your mind.
Let's move out. We need to clear a way for Wildfire and the guards.
Yeah, just let me take care of this for y'all. I mean, or you could just shoot them from above. That seems like the easiest plan. You have guns. When do I get gun? I'll solve this problem with the power of friendship. And a gun. Which reminds me, I do still need to sell off that SIG. Since it turns out that they can go off on their own. Alright. Once more into the breach. Down into the depths we go.
All civilians, please go to the bridge immediately. The Silvermane...
There's a monster heading this way. What should we do, Japard?
Bring it down. We need to cover the
It's
retreat.
just an ice bird. I've probably killed about 7,000 of these. Chill out, everybody. I mean, one shot with my mighty arrow.
I'm on guard.
The unsung hero of the Royal Guard, Heckler and Koch.
But we can't let our guards down. It's safe here. Let's move on.
Yeah, I wish HKs weren't so expensive. There's that joke about the guy with the HK 5.7 or something. He's like, oh yeah, I had to shoot this guy who was mugging me, but afterwards I realized it would have been less expensive to just give him my wallet. Ammo is very expensive these days.
You chose the wrong.
Lance at the ready. Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Or maybe it was FN. Maybe it was an FN. I don't know. I don't know all that much. Hey, buddy. Die. Just completely obliterated. Just vaporized from existence.
Let's settle this. A moment's excitement, nothing more.
I should play with Lucha more often. I like his
Japard,
voice.
Look, the miners have put up a makeshift defensive line.
Are you the Silvermane Guard?
That's right. We're evacuating the miners together with Wildfire.
Silvermane Guards and Wildfire are working together now?
Yeah, I've united.
I saw
I've united the
from our defensive
broken
position just now.
country of Belobog. Where there were once 26 counties and 6 counties, there are now
But they haven't
one
come
united
back.
Belobog.
Understood. I'll bring them back. The guards and Wildfire have set up defenses on the bridge. You should head over.
Thank you. Please, bring them back to safety.
The next character we
Monsters
unlock
coming
will be
this
named
way!
Chucky.
Leave the battle to us. You need to fall back.
Okay. Thank you. For
If you know, you
saving
know.
us.
Oh, see,
By the will of the Ten
it's
Lords,
time
the Ten Lords decree,
for killing.
hereby ordained.
The time for killing has begun. Unlimited Blade Works. I called it that without knowing that that's actually what it's called. It was just sort of my guess. I didn't know who this character was. Boom, vaporized.
You still deny your sins?
I'll see you
Dang. Those follow-up attacks are so great. Is that all you got? Is that all you got, really? Vaporized.
Let's keep searching for the missing girl and the miner.
Is it me or is it cold here?
Is it cold here? This is an entire planet of ice. Of course it's cold here. What are you talking about?
Will it preservation? Let's wait and see. Repay.
Well, that was easy.
Eternal sleep is not the end.
I like this guy's specialty, or ultimate. Call forth the spirits of the dead. What's the Warhammer thing? Exterminatus?
Lance ablaze.
Calling down death from above. Boom. Easy. Battle 1. Oh, I got ambushed. I was scratching my face, and they got to me. Well, that makes me angry. Now they have to die. Even more painfully than they would have died otherwise.
Recount.
You chose the wrong enemy.
I'm on guard.
I'm a firing my laser. God, that's old.
Give it up.
All right. Anybody else want some? Anybody else need a beatdown? Don't worry, little boy. We'll protect you.
By the will of the Ten Lords, the Ten Lords decree, hereby ordained.
Who are these 10 lords? Do I get to meet them? Will they be merciful for all of my terrible sins and crimes?
Still in denial?
Haha, imagine getting killed by her. Owned.
You two, it's too dangerous here.
Okay. Zeno, take my hand. It's so cold here.
The
I
monsters
can't believe how
have
cold it
gotten
is on
stronger
this
somehow.
frozen planet.
I don't remember them being this difficult.
What do you mean
Goodness, we got
difficult?
Here in time.
Depart, this was
If we'd arrived any later.
easy. This is light work.
That's one brave little girl.
Huh? I wouldn't go that far. Besides, my problem with him wasn't that he was a strict father. I just couldn't believe that he never lifted a finger to oppose Cocolia's order to seal the passageway. Vowing to protect the Underworlders in one breath, and then deciding they deserve to be abandoned in the next?
Oof.
Family code of
Ooh, I don't know if I want to get involved in this family drama.
Father was a soldier. He wasn't supposed to question the orders from his superiors.
Oh, he was just following orders. You're saying that he was just following orders. Is that what you're saying to me, Japard?
Never mind. I know I sound like I'm defending him, and
I'm angry just thinking about it.
running away doesn't solve the problem. I'm not trying to change your mind.
My choice.
Sorry, I sound like Dad.
Yeah, you sound like her dad.
Don't worry about it. I get what you're trying to say. I do. Let's focus on the...
She should come with me.
That miner we met said his brother came this way.
Okay. Be careful, though. It could mean something we haven't encountered before is waiting for us.
This place will be fine. It'll be fine. Dude, you should probably get out of here.
These monsters are tough.
Hey, did you just scare off a Fragmentum monster?
Kind of. There was one on its own. I managed to chase it away.
Cool, man.
Speaking of which, you came from that direction, right?
Yeah, I got them into safety. Don't worry.
I chased the monster too far and lost him.
They'll be okay now.
Thank you. I heard there's a powerful monster down the road. Some kind of...
Thanks for
Oh,
the
cool.
intel.
Maybe it'll actually be a fight for
Be
me.
Careful. I think he was right about the monster. You two. I've seen
I'll be
this type
careful.
of monster a few
You'll be
times near
dead.
the restricted
You know what that's from, class? You know what that's from?
Ready? Let's wait. Here we go. Wait, don't get too close. Something's not right.
Huh? What?
It is from a movie.
Monsters are usually eager to fight. You're guaranteed a fierce battle if you see one in the Fragmenta, but this one doesn't seem concerned
Yes.
about
Henry,
us.
I will do
This could
anything
be
to
a
help
trap.
Natasha. I will do anything to help Natasha feel better.
I'm not sure either.
The air... It's so cold.
Again, frozen planet.
Promises. Survive.
Did it just talk?
Yeah, it can talk.
Stay. Get ready to counter its attack.
Can Japard not hear that?
Japard. Serval. Londo.
Did it just say Japard and Serval?
Yes, it did.
That noise! Do Fragmentum monsters usually sound like this?
It's talking to us. Can you not hear it?
Talking? I just hear white noise. Wait. You understand it?
Yeah, I can speak its language. I learned Klingon, Klipoth on at Stellaron University.
Our names? What's happening here?
It's from Star Wars, Rao. In the bar scene at the cantina.
I heard rumors about this kind of monster. If the rumors are true...
Kalia,
Yeah, it's Cockaliar. Time to kill her again.
you just won't stop haunting me. I try everything to put the past behind me, and yet you always manage to creep up again.
Yeah, you should escape from your past, Serval, by coming with me on the Astral Express.
Kalia, you witch! You terminated my research and ruined my life.
Yeah, you don't want to stay on this planet with all these horrible memories, Serval. Let's go. Let's get on the train and go.
Calm down, Serval. It's just a Fragmentum illusion.
Shut up, Japard. She's working through some serious stuff right now.
Was any of it real?
She's working through a lot of baggage right now, Japard. She deserves this. Let her vent.
It was so easy for you to just leave this world behind. Don't you at least owe me an explanation?
Serval!
Londo. Stand down.
I'll protect you.
No place for you. The promised new world.
Sister, I know you want Madame Cocolia to respond. This thing in front of us is our enemy. It was born out of the evil gathered in the Fragmentum. You won't get answers from it.
You should kill it, Serval. It'll make you feel better. Trust me.
Fight with us, sister. Let's dispel the shadow of the past once and for all.
Revenge is actually cool.
Of course. If you're not yet able to confront the past,
You should definitely kill your ops, for sure.
he and I will fight for you until your heart is ready.
You too. I'm sorry, brother. I always make you worry when things get serious, but I see what you're doing. Reverse psychology, huh?
Yeah, he thinks he's so clever with his big blue eyes and his blonde hair,
Well,
his muscles and his
seeing as we've come this far,
shining armor.
Cacolia, let's settle this bad blood right here, right now.
Repay.
Yeah, you better repent,
Not a scratch.
because we're about to take you out. Taunted. Barely even hurt me. Barely even a scratch. Nine stacks of gauge recollection. Who cares? Die.
I'll see you off. Eternal sleep is the dead return.
Oh, that sucks for you, huh?
Lance ablaze. Flaming lance. Forward.
Well, the spear is the king of battle, as we have discussed in the past class. Wow, that was easy. Ha! You're dead. Looks like the past is gone. Bye. Have fun in hell.
Always have to stand in my way.
Because you're evil, and I hate you.
The temperature is returning to normal. The monsters are retreating. I think it's safe to say that the shadow of Madame Cacolia was the reason for this invasion.
Yeah, I would say that's a pretty safe bet, buddy.
Experienced were probably also a direct result. Whatever the case, we've managed to avert a crisis. Are you okay?
Am I okay? I didn't even get a scratch. Barely scratched my itch for blood and vengeance. You know me.
It would have taken us much longer.
Yeah, I am the
to
hero of
shadow
Belobog.
without you.
I feel like something heavy has finally been lifted.
See, you're perfectly fine. You can come with me on the train.
Noise before it perished. Did you catch what it said?
I mean, I guess I'll be honest.
See, you really made no effort to correct your mistakes, Cacolia.
No, she was a liar. She was caca.
It doesn't matter anymore. From here on out, I'm over that woman.
Yeah, you don't need her. I know she was your college roommate and you spent a lot of time together and all that. But now you're over her. Now you can come with me on the train.
I'm happy for you, Serval. It's not easy to truly put the past behind you. Looks like we accomplished our mission. I need to get back to the guards and Wildfire to wrap things up. You two should head over to Natasha's place and check in on the wounded.
Yeah, I'll go with
Sure.
Serval and Natasha.
Come find us later at the clinic. Let's leave Japar to...
Fantastic. We did it, class. We completed the mission. And you know what? I think we are going to take our little field trip. We're going to take our field trip. Where should we take our field trip to? I think we should head out to 2J. They were roommates. They were roommates, Henry Bear. We're going to take our little field trip. Thank you so much for spending time with me, for being here for our re-debut in this amazing new model, for being here for our lesson, helping me and each other learn more about memory and health. Remember, next week we'll be talking about mental health first aid. I will also be doing our TKF interview. If you're not in the Discord already, jump into our Discord, check out our prior lessons. It was great to meet you, Pandagiri, and all of you. I'm so grateful that you all support independent educational live streaming. It means a lot to me. And thank you to Safety Kruma. I will pet the noodles for you. Let's head out on our field trip. See you next time.